one-on-one. So just transition to info, man. Just watch Consulting Nirvana and Acquisition Genesis, and that will pretty much set you straight. I wouldn't bother trying to scale one-to-one, man. You can get to like 6 figures with that, maybe multi-six, an absolute push, but anything beyond that, man, it's not a possibility, sadly. A trial by Fiverr is the most useful on YouTube. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Do you interview people that currently have the problem, or people who used to have the problem? Yeah, I mean, you should interview everyone in your niche, man. Everyone relevant to the problem should be interviewed, especially those who have already solved it. If they don't have the problem anymore, it means that they found a solution, or the problem was so difficult that they gave up. And so it's definitely worth talking to those people either way, man. 100%. 100%. Hey Charlie, I'm in your program. I'm a copywriter trying to help spiritual mindset coaches trying to earn 10K a month. Could your program help me do this? Or is my niche too broad or not good? I mean, it's a good niche if you can figure out how to make those things tangible, because the big problem and the big issue with holistic mindset coaching and stuff is basically the fact that making it tangible or putting an actual tangible outcome or offer or time frame on those services is next to impossible. If you can figure out how to do that, then it works, but most of the time it doesn't. Guys, I'm just gonna go and tell my cleaner to stop hoovering a second, because she's hoovering around upstairs. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's very distracting. So I'll be right back. Hang on. Someone's fired. No, my cleaner, bless her, she hoovers twice a week. But obviously it's not very good for video recording or live streams. So if you're building a coaching business with no audience or strong systems, how would you structure your content to attract only buyers? I'd only make content that would appeal to buyers. And that's pretty much that simple, man. Like, figure out who's going to buy your thing and what problems do they face and what problems are they actually trying to solve, and then make videos about solving those problems. And by virtue, you should find that you'll get those people in. So yeah, it should be, it's pretty straightforward, man. You think about it. After I watch your videos, I forget all the gurus. Dude, a lot of the gurus still have like stuff that's pretty useful. You know, a lot of them still have helpful things, but it's pretty beneficial to pay attention to one person. And then once you sort of exhaust their knowledge, then you can expand your mentoring network, so to speak. So Charlie, you helped me with my Facebook ad copy for free on Messenger like 4 years ago. You're a huge help when I first started my agency. I hit my first 10K last month. That's huge, man. Congratulations. I'm really happy for you there, man. That's really good. I must admit, I don't recall helping you there, but if I did, then I'm glad I did, man. Now it's time for you to buy Easy Grow. I'm just fucking around. How long does it take to learn Facebook ads from knowing nothing? Like a month, probably. To like learn the theory of how to do it, probably like a couple of weeks. What's your body fat percentage? It's quite low. I have visible abs, if that's what you're asking. But I've never had my body fat properly measured before. So how would you scale an online consulting business from 10K a month to 30K plus? probably by transitioning to info, selling a high ticket course, and literally just tripling the amount of volume you do. So if you're making 10K a month, then all you're going to have to do is just triple what you do to make 30. It's pretty straightforward, man. The main thing with a lot of coaching consulting businesses is they get all tied up in the service delivery, and that becomes the bottleneck, because it doesn't matter how many clients you sign. Like, if you can't deliver on them, then you cannot scale. So it doesn't matter how good you get it delivery and stuff. Do you do one-on-ones? Yeah, I do one-on-ones exclusively for people in High Ticket Heaven in our mastermind. So everyone who joins High Ticket Heaven, we do like a one-on-one kickoff call with our clients, and then they can schedule one-on-ones with me like pretty much once a quarter or throughout the year. And that's the only instance that I offer one-on-ones is with that in mind. I don't sell like 1 hour time slots or anything, although maybe I would if someone offered enough money for it, but it would make more sense than just buy the mastermind, to be honest. So definitely sub 8%. I don't know what my body fat is, man, but it's I used to be like really skinny. Like, it always used to be quite an advantage of mine growing up. Is like, I was a really skinny guy as a kid. And so what that means is like I've got this ridiculously fast metabolism. So I'm kind of ectomorphic, right? But what that means is when I gain muscle or when I train, I gain like weight really slowly. But the only weight that I ever gain is lean mass. Like, I never gain fat. So yeah, you're 10% body fat. I don't know, man. I don't know. What's that weird noise you keep making with your noise on mouth? Yeah, sorry about that. Whenever I get like congested, I get this like, the problem is it's only when I talk. So like when you're recording for long periods of time, like, if you think about it, it's not actually normal to talk for like 10 minutes, 12 minutes, like an hour, 3 hours. And so when I do that, I get this, if I've got any level of congestion from like my diet or from like just an immune response, it kind of builds up and you have to sort of like keep clearing it. And it's horrible, but it's a bad habit of mine and I'm trying to stop it. So Samuel says, what's the most important habit that you built between the ages of 18 to 21 that gave you a lifelong advantage? Well, it's different. It's impossible for me to measure any lifelong advantages because I'm only 27. Probably the only habit is just working 12 hours a day, really. I could sit and say meditation or cold showers or reading or the mindset stuff. That was all helpful, but really, like, the only thing that mattered was just doing the work and working 11, 12 hours a day non-stop, um and building that sort of work ethic habit. So probably that, man. I don't think it goes much deeper than that. Like, every other habit you do should be to facilitate the habit of work. So like in my instance, I was like, I need to work 12 hours a day to get this done. So if I took cold showers, it was so that I could, like, shower less so I could work more. If I read, it was so that I could be better at work. If I meditated, it was so I could be more focused. If I did the mindset stuff, it was so I could be encouraged to work. So yeah. What's this question? This is from Marlon. Hey man. If your B2C niche targets young men with limited budgets and you can't easily target older, wealthier people because you're 19, what would you do? Well, I'd question that statement as to why you can't target older, wealthier people because of your age. I signed my first client at like 19 and, he was like a 50-year-old dude. Um, so I wouldn't concern yourself too much with that, man. If you can get someone a result, they won't really care how old you are. And you don't have to tell them you're 19. You can just tell them you're like 23 or something. They're not going to know the difference, man. Do you think people in the UK are harder to sell compared to the US? Definitely, for sure. I think British people tend to be a lot more. Well, first of all, we have a reduced line of credit compared to America. So America has more access to debt, more access to credit cards, and therefore, you're going to find that they have more buying power. because they have more access to debt. But second of all, they do tend to be a lot less resistant towards purchasing and taking risks, because America's entire economy and culture is built predominantly on risks. So yeah. Olivia says, how do you stay focused for so many hours? Do you take any supplements? Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the opposite of supplements. So I don't I don't have any caffeine or nicotine in my life. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't do the snooze thing, the thing you put in your lips. I don't supplement. The only things that I supplement every day are creatine, magnesium citrate, and vitamin D. And those are the only three things that I supplement. And then maybe some electrolytes if I'm like feeling a bit dehydrated. But they're unflavored, and that's nothing. Um, but yeah, no supplements for focus. But the way that you stay focused for so many hours is just by practicing being focused for that many hours. And you want to learn to install focus and that sort of art of doing one thing at a time everywhere, and then it will just become your natural mode of behavior. So like right now, for example, I'm on this live stream. If I was to share my screen with you guys, the only thing I have open here, literally I'm just checking, is the stream and nothing else. And there's no distractions, there's no notifications. Everything I do, whether it's a meeting, a live stream, a piece of content, an ad, anything, is all just done without any distractions. If I'm at dinner with my parents, it's just the dinner. And when you learn to just do one thing at a time everywhere else, personally, when you sit down to work, it's significantly easier. So this is a good question. um Not that one. I don't understand that question. Some people say making money is easy and others say it's hard. Who's right? Well, they're both kind of right. He who thinks it's easy will probably find it easier, and he who thinks it's hard will probably find it harder. Making money it's not like a universal. It's subjective to the person observing the thing. So you have money, and then you have the human, and then you have the human's observation of money, and the way that they perceive it and the way that they observe it will drastically influence the ease at which they can earn it. And so if you think that making money is like really hard and really difficult, then you're just going to make it really hard and really difficult. So I don't think that there's a binary answer. Like, to me, making money is easy. Um, but a lot of people don't share that opinion. So it can be both, depending on the perceiver. What's the average ceiling for a one person done for you service? That's a good question. Um, I would say like the average ceiling before having to hire your first person, like besides a virtual assistant, is probably going to be like 10 to 15K a month. Like, look, it depends entirely on how much you're charging. If you're charging like 4 or 5K a month, then you can get to like probably, I don't know, like 40K a month before you burn out. If you're charging like 1 to 2K a month, you can probably get to like 8 to 15K a month. Generally speaking, like with my experience, once you go beyond having, like with marketing, once you go beyond like having like 8 to 10 clients yourself, and then having to do sales, and then having to do outreach as well, and then all the operations, that's when it starts to get tricky, so to speak. So probably around that 15K mark. Charlie, please do the day in the life time lapse again. I love that video. Yeah, I probably won't make another day in the life video anytime soon. It's not really. I only made that video as sort of a joke or a stab at the industry, because everyone was making all these like these fucking yacht party day in the life videos, and I was like, this is not how it is. I don't think making another one would add that much value. So I have Easy Grow and Imperium Academy. Which one should I start with? Well, you should just ask the sales rep that onboarded you into Easy Grow. So They'll tell you. Okay, just a second here, guys. How would you adapt if you suddenly developed a sleeping disorder and needed to sleep for 12 hours a day? Well, I'd probably just ratio it out. So, like, for example, I'd probably just, instead of working 12 hours a day, I'd probably just work 9 hours a day. But that seems like a very far-fetched question, man. So, yeah, I think we'll move on. Julius, this is a good question from Julius here. Is it important to fully eliminate all possibilities, to go after urges, or focus more on pure discipline? Well, I can tell you, man, that it is so much easier. Look, discipline manifests itself in two forms. The first form is resisting impulse, and the second form is doing something difficult. So when you think about it, like it takes discipline to get up and go to the gym, or it takes discipline to meditate, or it takes discipline to go for a run. That's the hard part, discipline. But the other discipline is not eating the cake in the kitchen, or not going on some video game that you've got. So it's kind of like you need to attack it from both angles. And my favorite method for building discipline to begin with is because you only have such a finite amount of discipline. And so when you remove all the environmental triggers that give the impulse possibility to manifest, like if you've got a packet of cigarettes in your flat, you're going to want to smoke them. If you've got like an Xbox in your bedroom, you're going to want to play on it. And so when you have those,
trueness or falseness of a belief depends on how the scales are stacked, and therefore the strength of a belief depends on how the rocks are stacked. Beliefs exist in pairs. What this means is that if you believe something to be true, you believe the opposite statement to be false, and vice versa, to the same degree and level of intensity. So if right now you stacked the scales heavily for I love pepperoni pizza in the true faction, then what that means is you believe I love pepperoni pizza to be true. But what that also means is that you believe I hate pepperoni pizza to be false. And the falseness of the opposite statement is directly equal to the trueness of the other statement. So I'll give you an example in just a second here. Because a confirming experience for one belief is always a denying experience for the other pair, for the other half of the pair. And a denying experience for one belief is always a confirming experience for the other half of the pair too. So what you want to imagine is that beliefs exist as these scales, but every belief you have has an equal and opposite belief. And so whenever you have a confirming experience for one belief, you deny another. Because if you think something is true and you believe something to be true, then you also believe that it's not false, if that makes sense. So if I said to you, I am 6'2" tall, and that's what I believe to be true about myself, then if someone said to me, do you think you're 5'9", I would say no. And so anything that is the opposite is immediately false if you think something's true. So this is a diagram to sort of give you an understanding here. So for example, let's take the component of money. Okay, so the component of money We all know and love it. Maybe you hate it, I don't know. So the belief statement in question could be, money is really hard to make. So let's say that you believe that money is really hard to make. Now, and this is represented by this diagram here. Now, the reason, and let's say this is a strong belief, you know, we're in the 70th percentile of intensity here. The reason that you think that money is really hard to make is because you have had experiences in the past that confirm it. And so every time you have an experience that demonstrates to you that money is hard to make, like you see a homeless person, right? That confirms the belief. And every time you take a little rock and you stack it on that statement, you stack it on the truth scale. If someone believes this, if someone truly believes money is really hard to make, then they will not believe the opposite to be true. Because the opposite of money is really hard to make would be money is really easy to make. Okay? Because beliefs exist in pairs. So if you believe that money is hard to make, then you do not believe that money is easy to make. If someone said to you, money is really easy to make, you'd say that's false if you believe this. So my point here is that for every belief, there is an equal and opposite belief on the other side. And so if you had an experience that confirmed that money is really hard to make, and that was like a confirming experience, then you're denying the opposite belief as well. If someone thought money was hard to make, and you asked them if they thought it was easy to make, they'd say no. So beliefs exist in pairs, and what is true on one side of the pair is false on the other. Okay? True, it would be true on the other. So it's like, you know, yeah, you get my point. So whatever you believe to be true is simply the sum of your experiences, and it's easy to visualize accordingly. Whenever you have an experience beyond the initial experience surrounding the belief, you stack a rock on either side of the scale. And what this means is that experiences either confirm or deny what you already believe to be true. So we can observe here that the component of reality in question is money, and we have a belief pair. So if you form a belief that money is really hard to make, then by default, you also form the belief that money is really easy to make, but you form that as false. Does that make sense? Because this needs to be changed to false, not true, it's false. So, another example. Let's say that, you know, I say to, let's stay on this component of business, right? And let's say that, you know, you believe that this program is good, right? And, you know, I'd hope that you feel that way. And so let's say that you have a belief system that, you know, the Imperium Academy is good. Well, if someone came along to you and said, is Imperium Academy bad? You would say no, because you think it's good, right? And so by thinking it's good, you also think that the idea that it's bad is false. And so every experience you have confirms your belief, but it also denies the exact opposite. So all you need to understand about this, and the simplest way to gauge this, is every belief you have has an opposite and equal. And whenever you confirm what you believe to be true, you deny what you do not believe to be true. Because if I say to you, if I say to you, for example, the USA moon landing was a hoax, and I think that we didn't land on the moon, which by the way I don't, then, you know, if someone asked me, like, you know, do you think we land on the moon? I'd say no. But then if someone said to me like the opposite, then I'd be like, it's false, if that makes sense. And I know this is very hard, trust me, it's hard to explain this stuff. And I know it's a bit mind-bending to sort of gauge, and I'm trying my best here, right? But I think you get the point. Any confirming experience immediately denies the opposite, and any denying experience immediately confirms the opposite. And so, you know, if I had an experience that if I thought money is really easy to make, and, you know, I had lots of experiences that denied that statement, well, now I believe this to be false. And what that would mean is that to the exact degree that I believe this to be false, I would also believe this to be true. So every belief has an opposite, And if you believe something to be true or false, then the opposite will be represented on the parallel. And this is how your beliefs form, okay? They are stacked and weighed as either true or false and in pairs. Something important to note as well is that not all experiences are weighed the same. Some rocks are heavier than others and can significantly tip the scales. The weight of an experience depends on how much emotion it produces. So, for example, certain experiences carry way more emotional weight, and a single experience that is extremely emotional can tip the scales. So it's easy if I just give you an example here. So if I pull up this this Miro board here, right? So what we've got here is we've got an example of football. So right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take the component of reality of football. And for those of you who are American, I'm referring to soccer, okay? Now, let's say that the belief statement in question is I'm great at football. Now, if you believed that you were great at football, so let's just do this. Let's say that we tip the scale here, and let's say that, you know, this scale is really biased. So you believe you're great at football. What this means is the belief statement of I'm terrible at football is going to be false, okay? Because if you believe you're great, then, well, if you asked yourself, are you terrible? You'd say, no, that's a very false statement, right? And, you know, vice versa, the exact same thing would be true in the opposite. So if you thought, I'm pretty terrible at football, and that's quite true, you know, and I'm really bad at football, then what's going to happen is if someone asked you if you're great at football, you'd be like, no, that's pretty false, right? And so basically, you know, let's say that you've gone through life, and let's say that you've played football as a kid. And, you know, let's say that we'll take the I'm great at football example here, okay? So every game that you lose as a kid is a negative experience, right? So we'll zoom in here. So let's say that you've lost a bunch of games in your time, and, you know, these are all little, you know, negative experiences, right? But let's say that the amount of games that you've won as a kid, you know, are far greater. You know, all these, let's say that you've won way more than you've lost, right? Well, what that would mean is that you've had way more positive experiences around this statement than you have negative ones. And so therefore, the weight of the positive rocks far outweighs the negative rocks, which basically means in essence that, you know, this thing would be true. But then what's really interesting that happens is not all of these rocks weigh the same amount. And so let me just delete these so I can give you this example. So not all rocks are sort of, not all experiences are weighted equally. Because, you know, let's say that, you know, you're 13 years old, and your football team, your school's football team or soccer team, let's say that it's playing in the finals, the regional finals. So you're already pretty good because you're on the team, and, you know, people have confirmed this for you, but, you know, whatever. And let's say that, you know, we've gone to extra time, so, you know, we've gone past the 90 minutes, and it's 1-1, and it's, you know, we need 1 goal to win. And let's say that, you know, someone passes you the ball, and you're running towards the goal, and, you know, you're at the mid part of the football field, in the middle, and, you know, there's 2 minutes. Let's say that there's 5 seconds left on the clock, and everyone's watching. So there's tens of thousands of people at this school stadium, you know, all the parents, all the girls, all of your friends, and you've got the ball, and there's 2 seconds to go. And just as the time's about to run out, you kick the football as hard as you can, and it curves round, and you expertly place the ball in the back of the net, and you score the game-winning goal in the last second of the game. And therefore you get a trophy. That is an experience. And that experience is going to carry a lot of emotional weight. And so what that would mean is that the experience, this rock, is huge. Like, you know, so what's going to happen is you're going to have that experience, and that is going to cause the scales to just go absolutely ballistic. Like, you know, this thing's going to have you down here. Okay? And, you know, so the point I'm making here is that winning a game of football is a positive experience that will confirm the belief that you are great at football. But scoring the game-winning match in front of 10,000 people at the age of 13, that's worth like 20 wins, you know. And this is pretty interesting as well, because you can use this example in relationships. So, you know, let's say that there's a girl, and let's say that this girl really hates men. She's like, I really hate men. I don't want to date men. They're the worst thing ever. I hate them. That would be a belief statement, and the component would be men. And the opposite of that would be, I love men. And, you know, if a woman hates men, and that's very true, then the opposite is going to be true as well, which would be, you know, the idea of like, I love men would be very false, right? But let's say that this woman, let's say she hasn't had much experience with men. Maybe she's only ever had one boyfriend. But let's say that boyfriend treated her really terribly, and like it was horrible. And let's say there was one thing that he did that.
Wait, sorry guys. Have to hear something. Give me a sec.
what's going to happen, if this statement is, I hate men, it might have been the case that just one really bad thing happened to her from a man, and that was all it took to tip this scale, and bring it down here. So the point I'm making here is you don't need to have loads of little experiences to tip these scales. Sometimes you can just have one. And so you can probably think of someone that you know that you don't like. And the chances are is the reason you don't like them, yeah, they might have done lots of little things that piss you off and annoy you, but there might just be one big thing, one big experience that charged you up emotionally and annoyed you enough to solidify that statement. And sometimes you only need one experience. Like, let's say for example that you have the, like this is the thing, is these beliefs, these scales can change. So, let's say that, you have this belief, I'm good at, or let's say you have this belief, I love driving, okay? And let's say that, this is true. And, you say, I love driving, driving's my favorite thing in the world, like, I really love my car, I love driving. And let's say, you've been driving for a few years now, and you've had lots of positive experiences with driving, lots been very exciting, you've watched loads of YouTube videos on driving, and, you've got a ton of positive experiences on this thing, and it's part of your identity. Like, I am a driver, I love driving. But then let's say, well, hopefully this doesn't happen to you, one day you're driving and you crash your car. And in your car you have your entire family. And let's say that tragically everyone passes away and you're the only person left living. Well, that is a big negative experience. You might have never had any negative, maybe you've had a couple of negative experiences with driving before. Maybe like someone's had road rage or something, but they're so small in comparison to all the positive ones that you're still so heavily weighed. But what can happen is the weight of all of these little positive experiences, bang, big car crash, lots of people dead, now you're in prison for manslaughter, and everyone hates you, and it's like, it's the worst experience you've ever had ever. Well, what can happen real quick is just through one experience is this scale can completely tip in the opposite direction, right? And now this whole I love driving thing is false. And the opposite, which is I hate driving, would suddenly become very true to the same level of intensity that this is false. And so the point I'm making here is that experiences form your beliefs. I'm just going to get rid of these little things here and we'll recalibrate this. So experiences form your beliefs, but some experiences, they carry a lot more weight. And, like for example, like right now you might think that money's really hard to make. And then what might happen is, you might try anyway, and then maybe you get your first client and your first client pays you $10,000 up front. Well, suddenly that's a pretty damn emotionally charged experience. So one experience can completely turn the tables and outweigh all the previous experiences, and your beliefs are totally subject to change. They really can change. Right now, let's say, I love the color of my curtains in my bedroom. And then you have a girl round. Not that you're ever going to have a girl in your bedroom, you filthy swine. You get my point. You have a girl round. And that girl, she walks into your bedroom and she says, those are the most disgusting curtains ever. You have the worst taste in curtains. You are the devil himself, and I hate those curtains. Well, that's an experience. And suddenly you might be like, yeah, I actually do kind of hate those curtains. So, probably should stop talking about the idea of you having a girl observe the curtains in your bedroom, because let's face it, you're a make money online degenerate. That's never going to happen. I'm just messing with you. But you get my point, okay? You get my point. Jokes aside, maybe you're not even a guy. It doesn't even matter. But either way, this is how beliefs form and experiences happen. And what happens is once your beliefs are formed, and these things are ever changing, and your beliefs are incredibly dynamic, and one day you can believe this, next day you can believe this, and then this, and this thing can just go round and round and round, and Some beliefs are more stable than others, but they are entirely subject to just, flip and switch. And remember, whatever flips and switches on this side, so the degree to which it changes on this side, it will also be represented on the other side as well. Because what you believe to be true is what you do not believe to be false. And what that means is if you think you love driving, it means that you don't, if you said, I hate driving, well, that would be, if you love driving, and this was like, I really love driving, it's amazing, then, you would also automatically say, like, the idea that I hate driving is false, okay? So, remember, your decisions and your actions come from your belief systems. And what this means is you act out your belief systems. Like, this is a really, 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 really important thing to understand. Like, the most important thing is it's all good and well just knowing how your belief systems work. But the whole reason that I'm making this mindset module is to change your behavior and to change your actions. Because the only way that I'm going to make you successful is if you do things that make you successful. But the only way that you're going to do things that make you successful is if you believe that doing them is worthwhile and you believe that you can actually do them. So, I have to get you to do sales calls. And right now you might be thinking, I'm terrible at sales. Or like, I'm going to suck at sales calls. Or sales is really hard. Like, salespeople are terrible. You're going to have all these weird beliefs about sales when you've never done a sales call in your life, but for some reason you've got all these beliefs about them and you think you know what they are, and you think you know what you are in relation to them purely because of some movies you've watched or because of some news articles or people that have told you stuff. Like, you've got these convictions and you've got these biases and you've got these beliefs about the way the world works and the way things are, when in reality you don't really know anything. Like, let's say that I say to you, right, you're going to have to do sales calls, and immediately you say, no, I'm an introvert, I'm not selling, I can't sell, sales isn't in my blood, no, I'm not doing it. It's like, well, we need to fix that because you have to do them. And, your goal sets the conditions for the behavior that is necessary for the achievement of the goal. And, if you've got all these weird belief systems about sales and appointment booking and making money and becoming successful, and like, if I tell you that you've got to make cold calls or you've got to send cold emails, and you're like, nope, a cold email doesn't work. No, I'm not doing cold calls. Cold calling is not me. I'm not a cold caller. That's not my thing. Like, that's just bullshit. That's just some like belief that you form because of your experiences. It's not real. Well, it is real, but what I mean by it is it's not this deterministic final thing that is just has to be permanent forever. You can completely change it. Because if you think that right now, like, no, I'm not making cold calls. Cold calling is not my style. It's not my thing. Everyone that cold calls is a scammer. It's not happening. I'm not doing it. Like, these are beliefs that you might have, right? And if you believe those things to be true, then you're going to act them out, which means that you're not going to make cold calls. And if making cold calls is imperative and necessary to the achievement of your goal and the fulfillment of your success, then you have to make cold calls. It doesn't matter what you believe to be true at the moment. If those beliefs are out of alignment with what you need to believe to be successful, then they've got to go. And this is you need to understand this. You need to and I need you to, this is going to be a sobering idea. You can either have your current belief systems or you can have your goal. You cannot have both. Everything that you believe to be true about how money works and about how success works and about how business works, all of those beliefs have got you to this point. Where you are right now, like, is the sum of your beliefs. Like, if you're broke and you're poor and you're not successful and you're bitter and you're miserable and you really want to succeed, well, I'm sorry to break it to you, man, but that's because of what you believe to be true about the world, because there's no other way it works. All of your actions and decisions have come from these bloody things. So why are you defending them? They are the reason that you're miserable. Oh, I'm not doing sales calls. Business won't work. Like, why have you got so much conviction, and why are you so emotionally attached to these things? Because they limit you and they hold you back. I know why you're attached to them, because it's all you've got. If you don't have your belief systems, then life is chaotic and stressful, and they make you feel a little bit safe. But trust me, we got to get them. We got to get rid of them, because right now you're acting them out. So we need to challenge them. So, belief feedback loops. So basically, we know that beliefs exist on a sort of scale of intensity, and we know that they are either strong or weak, and we know that they are strong or weak depending on how true or false we think they are. And an interesting thing that happens is beliefs, they form feedback loops. And so the reason that some of your beliefs are way stronger than others, and the reason that some of them are so intense, is because of feedback loops. So when you believe something to be true, you will automatically seek to confirm it. And this is a feedback loop. And this is called confirmation bias, and it is an extremely powerful force. So if you believe right now in your mind, if you believe I am bad at sales, and I put you on a sales call, then what's going to happen is you're going to act out that belief, which means that you will unconsciously, intentionally sabotage the sales call just to prove that you were right. That's how this works. That's why we've got to fix these things. If you believe that cold email doesn't work and that no one's going to respond to your cold emails and it's impossible to get appointments through cold email, then if I get you to do cold email, you're going to sabotage it to prove it doesn't work. You must understand, you act out your beliefs, even if it seems counterintuitive, and even if you think, no, there's no way. There's no way that, I'd sabotage my sales calls. There's no way that I'd sabotage my cold email. I'm sorry, mate, but if you believe it to be true, you will act it out, even if it seems counterproductive or counterintuitive to you getting what you want. It's like, it's the same thing with like homeless people, right? It's tragic and it breaks my heart, but some homeless people, in their mind, their belief system, they believe that they deserve to be homeless. They believe that, right? And so even if you put them in a house and you gave them shelter and food and water, they would reject it because they believe to be homeless. Now, that's not every homeless person, I'm sure, and I've never been homeless, so I can't exactly comment, but I'm sure that that's the case with quite a few of them, right? Same thing. If you believe that you are an alcoholic, then you're going to drink, even if you don't want to. So, this is the interesting thing about all these identities and all these beliefs. Like, if you believe you're bad at sales, it's like, well, why? Why do you believe you're bad at sales? Well, maybe when you were 14, you tried to sell a Pokemon card to someone and they said no. And that person said, haha, my dad said you're terrible at sales. And then you've just, that was the initial experience. And then you've just sought to confirm it. And then that's it. Now you just believe these things, they're not bloody real. I mean, they are real, but they're not anything except from you just telling yourself that they are. Like your beliefs are only real because you believe they are real. There's nothing else to it than that. There's no other measurement. It's like if you're like, let's say that you're overweight and you're like, oh, I can't lose weight. Like, it's impossible for me to lose weight no matter how hard I try. Bollocks, bullshit. That's not the objective truth, because thermodynamics exists, and if you put yourself in enough of a calorie deficit, you will lose weight by the laws of physics and nature. Sure, it might be slightly harder for you to lose weight than other people, but it's not, you can't go around saying stuff like it's impossible for me to lose weight, because that would mean that you're quite literally, through your existence, breaking the laws of physics and thermodynamics. Not possible. So all of these things that you believe to be true, you only believe them because you tell yourself you believe them. And then you act them out, and then your life is the way it is because you believe them. But then you become attached to them and you defend them to the death, even though they don't serve you and they hold you back and sometimes even kill you. That's all it is. All these belief things are just these little stories that you've told yourself. Nothing else.
Come back in a few minutes. back.
That's it. That's all it is. And a positive feedback loop, or also known as amplification, happens when a cause creates an effect which feeds back into the cause, which creates an exponential effect over time. So you might remember this from week 1, where we talked about this with these feedback loops, where, you know, we have a cause and the cause creates an effect, and what happens is the effect feeds back into the cause, and you know, we get this sort of feedback loop. So more cause means more effect, which means more cause, which means more effect. So, you know, if you say, like, if your belief is, I cannot lose weight no matter what, then what's going to happen is that's going to create your behavior, which is like kind of the effect, which is you just eating more and not bothering to go to the gym, which then means that you confirm your belief that you're never going to lose weight, and it just cycles and cycles and cycles, and before you know it, you die of a heart disease. Another example is if you're in an audience and someone starts clapping. So let's say that you're in an audience and a show finishes and someone starts clapping. Well, if one person claps, then another person's going to clap, which means another person's going to clap and another, and it goes round and round and round and round. And then eventually one person stops clapping, and then another person stops clapping next to them, and then another person stops clapping, and then it goes round and round and round and round and round until no one's clapping anymore. And, you know, if you work out, then you're going to eat cleaner because you don't want to waste your workout. And if you eat cleaner, then you're going to work out more, because if you're eating clean, you want to put the calories and the protein to good use, which means that by working out, you eat cleaner, but when you eat clean, you work out more, and then round and round and round and round. And positive feedback loops create exponential results like this. So, you know, it goes up and then down, and it amplifies, and it's at the beginning, it won't be much and much and much, but then bang. And this is how your beliefs are going to form. So, you know, if I need to help you believe that making money online is easy, or that sales is easy, or that you can get clients, or that you can get results, these are pretty hard beliefs to form. You know, that this isn't going to happen like immediately overnight. What's going to happen is, you know, the belief is going to form a little bit, and then out of nowhere it's going to go bang, and you're going to solidify your identity as an entrepreneur. But it can take quite a while for that to sort of ramp up and for you to really believe it. It really can. In the same way that, you know, if you want to break down a really intense belief, it can just go whoosh, suddenly just whoosh, and then it takes a while for the new one to come in. And the feedback loop for beliefs, both for knowledge and judgment, occurs like this, right? This is for self-image. Sorry. So when it comes to your beliefs, remember we have 3 types of belief. So we've got self-image, we've got judgment, we've got knowledge. And, you know, when it comes to your knowledge and what you know, like, feedback loops don't really exist, because, you know, if you think about it, like the knowledge that the chair exists outside, it's like, I'm not going to actively seek to confirm that is true. It's just there. But when it comes to your identity and when it comes to your judgments, feedback loops are incredibly prevalent. So let me give you an example, or a diagram here rather. So a human has an experience, and because of that experience, a belief forms. And the human will now act out the belief. And what happens when we act out the belief is our actions create new experiences, and those new experiences will confirm the existing belief, and the cycle repeats. And so, you know, you have an experience. So let's say, for example, that your experience is that, you know, let's say the experience that is that you are really, okay, I can give you an example with my personal life. So I believe that I am a bad artist. So if I try to draw something, it's always going to come out terribly. Anything I draw either looks like a banana or a potato or a disfigured human. And so that's my belief about myself. And I know where that belief came from because I tracked it down. I had an experience when I was younger. My sister was incredibly good at art. So she's an incredibly talented artist. I always say my sister got all the artistic genes, right? So maybe I've been genetically or, you know, psychologically loaded to be bad at art or something, I don't know. But when I was a kid in school, I was always like, my sister was always way better at art than me, and therefore it created this contrast where my teacher would always say to me, like, don't worry, Charlie, like, you know, art isn't really your thing. And I remember it very well. I had a teacher. I won't say her name for obvious reasons. And I remember I drew something and I thought it was really good, and she told me it was she was like, that's not really good at all. Like, look at your sisters. Like, your sister's so much better than you. And I've just formed this belief. And so what happened is I had an initial experience that I was bad at art because an authority figure told me that I was. And therefore I formed a belief that I was bad at art. And what that meant is that I now believed about myself that I was bad at art. So every time I came to draw something or do art, I would make it bad. And this is the thing, is you might think, well, why would you do that? But if I fundamentally believe that I'm bad at art and you put a piece of paper in front of me, the thing that I draw is going to be bad. How am I going to produce an incredible piece of art on a canvas or something if I fundamentally believe I'm going to mess it up? Because if I believe I'm going to mess it up, I will, because you act out your belief. Like, I can't stress this enough. What you believe to be true is, like, the second that someone tells me to draw something, I've already decided that it's going to be bad. Not consciously necessarily, but these things aren't always conscious. But when you do things, like, if you do something and it sucks, like, it's probably because you believed it was going to suck. Now, there's an argument here, like, if you're doing something for the first time and it sucks, and, you know, but do you believe you can get better and stuff? But, you know, if I believe I'm bad at art and I draw something and it's bad because I believe it's bad, then what's going to happen is I'm going to create a new experience that I'm bad at art, and it's going to feed back and just whoosh, 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 whoosh. And before you know it, you get to 26, which is where I am. You know, my initial experience with art happened when I was like probably 4 years old, 5 years old. And, you know, if you apply 20 years of confirmation to that, I am bad at art. And if I wanted to put my energy into this, because I know how to do this, what I could do is I could seek to deny that experience, and I could become a brilliant artist. Like, I truly believe that. If I wanted to, I could get rid of that belief and, like, you know, go and start taking some classes and, you know, reaffirming that I'm good at it and start being good. And then I could convince myself that I'm good at artwork. But the thing is with this is you need to pick your battles, because you can't change loads of beliefs at the same time. So, you know, the last, you know, 10 years of my life, I've been focused on my beliefs around my business and success and making money. Whether or not I can draw is of little to no concern of me. If my immediate goal and, you know, my vision and my mission in life suddenly meant that I had to become an incredible artist, then I would just become an incredible artist. And I know that might sound like a narcissistic, crazy thing to say, but all art is it's just knowing where to put lines. Like, really, at first principle, that's all it really is. It's just, you know, knowing where to place certain colors, right? And I could probably get quite good at that if I actually thought that it was worth doing. And so my point here is, what's going to happen is you have this goal and you have this objective. And with this goal and this objective, the goal will set the conditions for what you need to be good at and what you need to believe. And all the other beliefs that you have you don't really need to worry about them. So whether or not I believe that chair outside is good or bad is completely irrelevant to my goal. And so I'm not going to actively try to change my belief about the chair, because I could be using my energy to change my belief about the way money works, or the way hiring works, or anything like that. And so this is how people have become set in their ways, or adamant, or convinced of things. So, you know, when you meet like an old man, some dude in his like 60s or 70s, and like some people who are older, they are just so incredibly set in their ways. And that's because the more time that elapses with this stuff going unchecked, the further the confirmation gets. So, like, you know, for example, my father, I love him to bits. I love him so much. But my dad has formed an identity, for example, around like money. And, you know, he worked in the financial advising space, and he was a really talented sort of corporate financial advisor, and he's done very well for himself and very successful career, and I love him to bits. But my dad has a belief that like risk is bad, and not completely, like he's not completely like you know, completely like risk free, like he won't like, you know, take risk completely, but if I said to my dad, like, hey dad, like, you know, why don't you put like 100 grand in Bitcoin or like in some crypto risk thing? It would never happen. Like, even if there was an empirical piece of evidence that showed that it was the right decision to make, it would never ever happen, because, you know, this is the same thing with people and like politics, right? So let's say that you take a 70-year-old woman and she's been, let's say that she's been a Democrat her entire life, and she's always, you know, since she was 20 years old, for the last 50 years, she's gone to the polls and she's voted for Democrats, and, you know, all of her social media and her news, everything's been confirmed that the Democrat Party are like the gods, and that you would never vote against them. Even if there was a compelling objective evidence that the Democrats shouldn't be voted for, she would never ever vote otherwise. And this is why old people, they become incredibly, well, not even just old people, but people in general, the more time that elapses for after a belief is formed, the more solidified it becomes. And, you know, the earlier you can catch this stuff, I was very lucky because I started doing this at like 17. And so, you know, I was still kind of like a child in some sense when I started correcting my beliefs. And because of that, you know, I had an easier time sort of undoing things. And this isn't to say that you can't fix things. Like if you're like 50 years old, 60 years old, 70 years old, 40 years old, like you can very much change your beliefs. Like you very much can. It's just going to take a little bit longer, and it's going to be a little trickier than if you were like 20. Because, you know, if you're 40 and you believe that money is hard to make, you've got, you know, let's say that you take a 20-year-old who believes that making money online is impossible, and you take a 40-year-old who believes that making money online is possible. Well, that 40-year-old, let's say they formed that belief when they were 20, which means that they have 20 years of conditioning, you know, to unravel. But let's say the 20-year-old, they formed it when they were 17, which means they only have 3 years of conditioning to unravel. And so it's possible for anyone to change their beliefs at any time, but you just need to understand that the longer you've had the belief, the harder it is to sort of unravel. Never impossible, it's just going to take a little bit longer. So every time this feedback loop repeats, a new rock is stacked on the belief scale, making it stronger and firmer and harder to undo. So coming back to this demo here, so, you know, if you have an experience that, you know, confirms, you know, that the belief is true, then it tips it a little bit. And then by tipping it a little bit, you're now going to confirm it again, and tip it again and again and again and again and again. And before you know it, you know, this thing is just completely, you know, polarized, like as far as you could possibly imagine on the intensity scale. Okay? Yeah. And it just gets harder and harder to undo. Completely possible to undo it, no matter what age you are. If you believe that beliefs can be undone, then it can. And the key thing here is to remember that experiences do not have to be physical to count. So this is huge, because most of your confirming and most of this feedback happens in the mind. And so coming back to the example of the kid playing football, so he scores the game-winning goal, you know, and, you know, it's amazing, he's celebrated, everyone loves him. That kid, that's a core memory, right? Because it's very emotionally charged. And so every time that kid goes back in his mind and remembers that experience, he's reconfirming that it happened, and he's reconfirming that he's good at football. And so most of your confirming and most of your denying is done in the mind. Because, you know, when you remember something, you're sort of reliving that experience, but it's very much real. Because if I ask you right now, you know, I bet you can think of a time where you've had a dream or a daydream or a thought. Like, you know, imagine, this is a pretty hard thing to imagine, right? And I don't want to put you under any emotional distress here, but just to drill this point home, imagine right now that, you know, this is becoming a dark theme of this video, but imagine right now that your entire family is just passed away. interaction with the postman. Like, I could have been nervous and terrified and I could have completely ruined it. I don't know. The only thing I remember is my mum telling me I was good. So maybe for all I know, it was bad, and I could have been like, because a lot of people would be like, you know, well, how does that make sense? Because if the initial experience is that your mum said you were good, then you must have already been good, which meant you already believed you were good. But, you know, I don't know. I can't really wrap my head around that one, right? But this is my point, you know, you have to start with a bias somewhere. And so this experience was an initial experience, and it registered on a very strong emotional level. And throughout my childhood, I'd repeat my mother's words and the experience in my mind. And so, you know, every time someone would come to the door, I've got this identity, you know, built up now that I'm good with people. And, you know, I'm good with helping people, and I'm good with talking to people. And, you know, every time I had an interaction with a stranger or someone, I would approach that interaction through the lens of my identity and my worldview, which is that I am good with people. Okay? And, you know, it wasn't the case necessarily that I had loads of experiences in my physical environment where I was good with people. It was just that I had a couple of experiences, and I just repeated those over and over again and felt them, you know, really intensely. And before I knew it, you know, I'd formed this identity and this belief. And as I stepped into adulthood and became like a teenager, I would continuously repeat this in my mind, and I'd act it out too. And, you know, when talking to other people, I'd receive more of the same feedback and experiences. And so, you know, I remember when I was a teenager in school and stuff, like if I'd go to like if I was like, you know, 13, 14, and I'd go to like a sleepover with a friend. And, you know, I remember like afterwards, like after these sleepovers, my mum would come pick me up, and you know, the person's mum whose house I was at would always say like, he was such a lovely boy, he's so kind, he's so good with words, he's so polite, he's so lovely, like, you know, he's a proper credit to you. And I'd be there like sort of like, yeah, come on then, I know this is exactly who I am. Like, you know, I'd be seeking to confirm it. And then, you know, other experiences I had when I was a teenager, like in school and stuff, I had a pretty rough time at the start of school, but that was neither here nor there. But like, you know, I remember like I would get like picked in school and stuff to do like to like, you know, show people around the school and like, you know, help new students out and stuff, because like people thought I was like really good with people, and like the teachers were like, yeah, you're like, you know, I trust you to like, you know, do a good job here. And I have all these memories and all these experiences of me just being able to handle people well and being socially competent. And, you know, the only reason that I had those experiences and that I sought those experiences out was because when I was a really young kid, I started to believe it. And, you know, it wasn't necessarily the case that I was born with incredible social skills. It was more the fact that my social skills developed because I thought that they were there, you know. And this went even further, and it went even deeper, because, you know, what started happening is, you know, due to exponentially accelerating confidence, when I started taking sales calls for my business, I was able to speak with conviction and be charming, friendly, and articulate. And so, you know, when I picked up sales at the beginning, it came very naturally to me. Like, don't get me wrong, I wasn't very good at sales, like the technical side of sales, and, you know, the sort of the objection handling. Like, I wasn't good at sales at the beginning, but I had that sort of, you know, gift of the gab, articulate ability that everyone told me I had. So when I picked up the phone and I made these sales calls, I wasn't anxious to talk to strangers. I wasn't like, you know, afraid or terrified or anything, because, you know, I was just like, oh, it's just talking to people and I'm good at that. So, you know, I must be good at sales. And, you know, the mix of physical and imaginary experiences compounded over time. This happened, right? And I started to make money. So what would happen is, you know, I'd take these sales calls, and over time I started to sell and I'd make money. And, you know, this basically created more experiences that further solidified this identity belief. And so, you know, this is the thing, is my entire objective and job, like my entire objective with this program is just to get you one client. And don't get me wrong, I want to get you to 6 figures, multi-6 figures. You're going to move on to easy grow, etc., and become really successful. And I think you can do that, and I think you will do that if you pay attention. But if I can get you just one client, that is, and it's that, like that first client, the experience is so positive and so overwhelmingly emotional that, you know, just getting that first client is enough to just tip your belief, and you'll never give up and you'll never quit. Just try, just like throughout your training and throughout this program, just try just one client. If you can get one, then, you know, it will completely, you know, completely shift your identity and your judgments, and you'll just bang, like you're gonna have this massive compound effect. We just need one client to make that happen, but, you know, it's kind of how it goes. And what happens is, you know, these new experiences that I was having, you know, these sorts of things that consistently happened would bias me even more. And, you know, I started stacking the scales even more. So with sales, like I started making money, and every time I closed a client, it was like I stacked a new scale on the rock. Like I started believing I was better and better at sales. And the more I believed I was better at sales, the more deals I closed, which meant the more rocks that I stacked, which meant that the more deals I closed, which meant the more rocks that I stacked. And so, you know, this scale of I'm good at sales just started getting heavier and heavier and heavier. And every time it got heavier, it was easier to stack rocks onto it. And so now, you know, fast forward 8-9 years since the start of my entrepreneurial career, like I believe that I'm incredible at sales. Like I truly believe that I am an absolute killer. Like it's a true part of my identity. And and it was never the case. Like, you know, when I started selling, I was not very good. I was like, oh, I suck at sales. But then over time, like I started believing that I could be good, and then I got into it. And this amplified my behavior, which made me more money. It looped back around again and again. And this also works in a negative way as well. So all the firm negative, because this is the thing, is people don't, make no mistake, and do not be under the illusion of thinking that this is just about the positive stuff. The problem comes when you start confirming and feeding back on negative belief systems. Because all the firm negative beliefs you have, the ones that feel set in stone, are simply the result of experiences and belief and action feedback loops. So all these negative limiting beliefs you got, they're not anything. Your limiting beliefs are just statements that you've cooked up in your head and that you've confirmed over and over again to form an identity. Understand, the only reason I'm good at sales is because I think I am. And the only reason I think I am is because I thought I could be. And so I started behaving it out and acting it out. They are not these, beliefs are not these weird, like these, they're not this concrete thing. If you believe right now that you're never going to make it, then you're never going to make it. And the only reason you're never going to make it is because you believe you won't. It's that simple. So the question is why does this happen? And why do we let ourselves form beliefs that limit us and hold us back? So one thing that we need to go through is belief memory utility. Because like we need to know why this happens, and we need to know why we let ourselves form these beliefs and stuff. Like what is the evolutionary biological reason behind the formation of beliefs? Because there is one, right? And you know, it's whilst beliefs can work in our favor, they can also work against us, but there's a reason they form from an evolutionary perspective, because they are actually quite advantageous to our survival. And I'll explain why. So biologically speaking, your brain craves efficiency. Okay? Your brain as an organ is designed by evolution to be as efficient as humanly possible, because the brain is a very expensive organ to run. It consumes, like, you know, sometimes I think nearly like a quarter of your calories. A quarter of your energy is consumed by your brain. And your brain, it wants to consume as little energy as possible. The reason that the brain craves efficiency and that our brain is designed to be as small as possible whilst giving us as much, you know, advantage as possible, is because a more efficient brain requires less size. Okay, so think about it. Like the more efficient something is, the less mass there needs to be to have it run, you know? And this means that we can have a smaller skull. So the whole reason that we want a smaller brain is to have a smaller skull, because from an evolutionary standpoint, a smaller skull means childbirth is easier. Because, you know, if we had huge brains, then we're going to have huge skulls, and that means that, you know, the female reproductive system needs to be as wide as possible, and it just that ain't going to work. You know, it's just that's not a possibility. And so because of this, our brains are far from perfect, and we mentally cut corners for the sake of time and efficiency. So, we want to have efficient brains so they can be smaller, so that, childbirth is easier, and, the maternal mortality rate during childbirth isn't significantly high. And you might be wondering, well, Charlie, what the hell? How does that have anything to do with belief systems? It's a fair question, right? But your beliefs serve the purpose of neural efficiency. A belief is an incredibly efficient mechanism that your brain can use to save energy and, preserve operating power. So let me explain. So here's the thing. It is basically impossible for you to remember and keep track of all of your experiences. You simply do not have the bandwidth for it. Like try and remember, what you did on, what you did 5.5 weeks ago at 6 p.m. You might have some idea if you've got a routine, right? You might have been in the gym or whatever, but you probably can't remember that much, right? But the thing is it's really important that you do remember your experiences to some degree, because your experiences, they basically inform you of how the world works. So if you forgot about all of your experiences, then you'd forget how the world works, which means you'd be in a bit of a precarious situation. So, your experiences, they give you a clue as to how to survive and behave. So we're talking from an evolutionary standpoint here, right? Because, the reason that you have experiences and the reason that you want to remember them and the reason that you want to try and keep them in mind is because, the reason you're alive right now is because you've behaved in a way that created your experiences. And so what your brain wants to do is it wants to repeat your behavior to recreate the experiences because it knows that you're safe. Because your brain will always, always, always prioritize your biological safety and survival. So your brain's main function and your brain's main concern is your immediate survival. And think about this, right? Right now, you are alive. Okay? You might not be happy, but what this means to your brain is that you must be doing something right. Even if you're unhappy, you're alive. And your genes and your chemistry care more about that than anything. By just being alive, you are communicating to your brain and your body that your current mode of operation, which means your behavior and your decisions, is good and that you are fundamentally safe. So you understand your brain's top priority is your immediate survival and the sustenance of your biology. And that's the first thing your brain cares about. It doesn't care about whether your behavior and your decisions make you poor. It doesn't care about if they make you fat. It doesn't care if they make you miserable or anxious. Its fundamental bias is towards survival in the here and now, in the present moment. And so what we can do here is you can look at this diagram and you can imagine that all of the blue squares in this diagram are experiences. Okay? We'll highlight this in orange. So all of the blue squares in the diagram are experiences. And all of your experiences, they tell you the world works in a certain way. So when you have an experience, it's kind of like, oh, this is the way the world works. So for example, let's say you're a caveman and, you're a caveman in Paleolithic times and you're living in a cave and, you observe your tribe. And every time someone eats an orange berry, they die. And let's say that you've experienced this many times, right? So, you're in the cave and, someone eats an orange berry and then 2 minutes later, they're convulsing on the floor and they've died. And then a week later, someone else does it and the same thing happens, and you've seen that a few times. So you've experienced this orange berry death many times. And the yellow box here represents the belief that contains that experience. So your beliefs are kind of like boxes that contain all of your experiences inside of them. It's like a storage mechanism for experiences. And that's exactly what a belief is it's basically just a storage mechanism. It's the same thing if you've got loads of rubbish in your bedroom and you've got loads of junk lying around, well, what you might do is you might, instead of having to look at this junk and deal with this junk all the time, you might just buy boxes and then organize it and put it in the boxes, and now it's neat and tidy and it doesn't require any energy for you to deal with or look at. It's the same thing with experiences. So instead of remembering every little individual experience, what happens is you bundle them all up into what we call a belief, which is just a few words, which is orange berries are poisonous. And this is much easier and much more efficient. It's a much easier and much more efficient way to store information. So, beliefs, they are like, they just basically store things. It's like a storage mechanism for all your experiences. Instead of remembering, the dozen times that someone ate a berry and died, your brain basically forgets the experiences and replaces it with a statement. And so as soon as the statement is solidified, the brain can let go of the experiences because it's kind of been locked in. And so, instead of having to recall that people have died from eating orange berries, you just now say that orange berries are poisonous, and that kind of solidifies. And so instead of having to remember 10 different occasions of someone dying, your brain only has to remember a few words. And so what that means is all this storage capacity that it was using to remember the experiences has now been massively cut down and replaced by something that doesn't require any capacity at all. And this is a much easier and more efficient way to store information. And once this belief is solidified, and once you've solidified a belief, your brain can basically let go of all the experiences since they've served their purpose of basic survival. And for the rest of your days, you will not eat orange berries. And this is obviously a behavior that you sort of act out, right? And so, this is a really fascinating thing to consider because, you don't, you've got these belief systems, right, about the way the world works, but you can't really, you might be able to remember a couple of experiences that informed them, but if you've got a really strong belief, by God, you can't remember all the experiences. Impossible. Because there's going to be thousands of them, tens of thousands, hundreds, right? So what happens is we just put it into a statement instead. And by doing that, your brain can just, it doesn't have to remember all these experiences anymore. And so what that means is that your brain becomes way more efficient, and it means that it's in the same way that, if you wanted a computer hard drive that was capable of storing 1 million terabytes, it would be huge, right? Because, the only way that you're going to store that much stuff is by having a larger hard drive. So it's kind of the same thing. It's if you wanted to remember and be able to accurately recall and depict every single experience you've ever had, then your brain would have to be massive. Because just in the same way that to store loads of computer files, you'd need a massive hard drive. If you look at Facebook and their servers, and the servers that store all of their information, Facebook have to buy huge acres of desert, massive expanses of land just to store data. And it's kind of the more data there is and the more information there is to store, the bigger the storage mechanism needs to be. And so instead of having a massive brain and basically having a huge skull and making childbirth therefore physically impossible, which would just inhibit our species, we cut corners. And we take all of those, these information files, which are experiences, and we zip them up into these nice little neat things called beliefs. And then we forget about the experiences, and we're left with the belief, and then we kind of forget why we had the belief. and the dangerous thing here is that your beliefs aren't necessarily always going to be right. Because, right now, maybe you believe that making money is hard, or you believe that sales is hard, or you believe that you're not going to make it. And you don't know why you believe these things, but that's because all the experiences that inform them have faded away because your brain couldn't be bothered to store them. Because if it did, then your brain does not have the capacity to store all of the experiences. So you forget them, and then the only thing that you're left over with is the belief. That's it. And you can, don't get me wrong, you can go back in your memory and remember a few experiences, and you can recollect a few of them. They're not it's not like they're completely deleted forever, but it's like a shell of what you could have remembered. And then you might be saying oh, but Charlie, what about a photographic memory? And I mean, yeah, sure, maybe there's an exception to this, I don't know, but I'm assuming that you're not a 5 million IQ photographic memory idiosyncrasy. You're probably just a normal person, right? And you might remember this graph from earlier videos, right? So if you remember, the problem with people and the problem with humans is what happens is our memory gets exponentially worse over time, but the effect of things gets exponentially better over time. And so the reason that your life seems chaotic and out of your control is because you have simply forgotten what experiences formed your beliefs. You can't remember what happened when you were a kid. It would simply be too much information to hold in your brain. You might be able to remember a few things, But like I said, you can't recall all your experiences. Your brain would have to be huge. And so instead what happens is you hold your beliefs, and you know, and it's hard to know where they came from, because once a belief forms, memories of the experiences just fade away because they're no longer useful to inform our survival. So, you know, if for example, if I come down here, right, and I make loads of little folders down here in my MacBook that you can see, like, you know, and these will represent experiences. What I can do is I can highlight this, right? So there's, you know, I've got all these folders here, you know, and they're all sort of, I'll just keep making them just so you can kind of get this point. Loads of folders. Imagine these all represent beliefs, and I've got to deal with these things. I've got to remember them. You know, I've got to bear them in mind. Like if I want to take the right actions, like all these things. What I can do, and what your brain does when it forms a belief, is it takes all of these experiences and it basically just compresses them into one neat zip folder like this. And so what it can then do is it can come along and it can delete all of these things, and that way, when your brain wants to know how to behave and when you want to know how to basically ensure your survival, you can just basically open the zip and then you can find all the beliefs inside of it. Does that make sense? Like it's a little bit of a stretch of a metaphor, I understand that, but I think you get the point. And so this is basically how it works. And what this means is by doing this and by packaging experiences into beliefs and creating this sort of efficient mechanism for survival, we essentially map reality, and this is called reality cartography. And when I figured this out, this hit me like a train. When I came up with this idea, when I was thinking about, I spent like 3 months brainstorming all the ideas for these first few mindset videos. I realized, and it kind of dawned on me, I had this epiphany that we essentially create a map of reality using our belief systems. And this idea, this is just, this is some good thinking from me. I'm not even going to lie. I'm pretty proud of this one. So let me explain. So this goes a layer deeper, because what we can imagine is that beliefs are essentially how we map reality. So imagine that life is one big journey from A to Z. But, you know, instead of thinking it as like a start and an end journey, like, you know, the map is basically, the point of the map is to ensure our survival. I'll explain how this works. In order to make this journey from A to Z and arrive safely, we would need a map. So, you know, any time that you want to go anywhere, let's say that, you know, you're going somewhere beyond what you know, and, you know, you're hopping in your car and you're driving across the country and you're going to a new city. Well, you're going to use satellite navigation, or you're going to use a map. Or, you know, if you were exploring the countryside and you didn't know where you were, and you use a map, right? And the map would inform our decisions and actions. So what a map does is it basically tells you where to go, when, what to avoid, how to behave, and how to stay alive. So in the same way that if you're driving and, you know, you want to get to a destination, your map is gonna basically it gives you the decisions. That's a map's intention. It's a map's purpose is, here's where you are, here's where you want to be, and, you know, at this point you have to take this turning, and then you've got to take this exit. And so therefore, all of your decisions and actions as you're on this journey are informed by the map. And here's a very, very heavy hitting idea. We map reality using beliefs. So in the same way that a map will inform you of what decisions to make on your journey, if you imagine that you took all of your beliefs and you put them on a piece of paper, you wouldn't consciously realize this, but you use those beliefs to make your decisions. And so, you know, the way it works is you have this sort of defined destination, which is basically in life is just called survival, you know, and living, and all of your decisions to live and survive are informed by your beliefs. And you might not realize it, but when you're not sure, and when you come to make any decisions, where do you turn to? You turn to your beliefs. So you follow the map, you follow your belief systems. It's not like a tangible thing that you can see, in the same way that, you know, you could unravel a map on your desk and you could see it, and, you know, you could make your decisions and your actions based on where you are on the map and stuff. But it's very much the same thing. If you were on a journey and you got lost, you'd turn to the map. You know, you'd look at the map and you'd look at the cartography and you'd conceptualize where you are and you'd try and figure out like where to go next and what decisions to make and what turns to take. And the map would help you find your place in the world and navigate to the next place you need to go. And that's what beliefs do, and that's how they work. They are navigational tools. Reality is like a massive expanse of darkness, right? It's like this huge big, it's just acres and acres of chaos. And what beliefs allow us to do is they allow us to discern the chaos, understand how it works, and know how to navigate through it. That's what a belief basically does, is we package reality into information, which creates beliefs, and then we use those beliefs to navigate reality and know how to behave. And the whole key and the whole point here is that you're alive, you're surviving, your heart is beating, which means on a biological level, on a genetic level, your brain and your body trusts your belief systems on a level because they've ensured your survival up until this point. And this is why you act them out. This is why you act them out, is because you're alive, which means that what you're currently doing is keeping you alive. And therefore, like, of course you're going to act them out. Of course your body and your mind is going to fight to the death, tooth and nail, to defend these things and, you know, give assent to them through action because they're keeping you alive. And you might be thinking like, well, what the hell does me thinking sales is hard have anything to do with my basic survival? That's not the point. The point is that when we were evolving and when we were on the African plains and we were coming out of Africa, you know, hundreds of thousands of years ago, and we were basically, you know, evolving in tribes in Africa and stuff, and you know, all these evolutionary ideas, the only components of reality that we knew and understood were ones that immediately impacted our survival. Like, think about this for a second. If you're evolving, you know, on the plains of Africa in a tribe, the only things that you're going to come into contact with are things that you need to have to survive. You know, the concept of democracy, or, you know, the concept of like money or sales, or, you know, Interstellar, the movie. Like these things, they didn't really exist. The only thing that we had was survival. And so, you know, our body's primary intent and primary bias is that of survival. And this is why we form belief systems. It's because they help us survive. The issue is this is a very archaic system. And obviously, you know, we've evolved and now we've got technology and medicine and stuff, and, you know, we don't necessarily, you know, need this thing anymore. I mean, we kind of do, right? But, you know, you've got this sort of, what would you call it? You've got this sort of, like evolutionary, like overlap. It's kind of like it's an old operating system in a very new world, but you have to use it because we've got nothing better, because it takes a long time for these things to evolve. And so beliefs basically help us navigate the vast world of reality. We use them to get our bearings and know where to go next. And through beliefs, we package up reality into a neat, tidy, easily understood phenomenon, just like a map. Okay? In the same way that, you know, if you were like a cartographer, you know, let's say that you were, you know, exploring America in the 1600s, you know, when we had people exploring America and stuff, 1700s, whatever. Like, what would happen is, you know, you'd walk through chaos, which is basically, you know, if you're walking through land you've never been through before and that no one's ever been through before, and you're exploring chaos, and along the way you've got a piece of paper and a pen, and you're essentially writing down what you've observed, and, you know, you're mapping out the territory. That's what you do when you form beliefs, is you're exploring the unknown, you're exploring chaos. And the landmarks that you would use to get your bearings, or, you know, the valleys, the mountains, the trees, the forests, the oceans, the lakes, the things that you use as your points of reference to know where to go next and where you have been to find your way home, are basically belief systems. And this idea, when this hit me, I was like, holy shit, this makes so much sense, because I've known this for a while, but it wasn't until it took me like It took me like, 2 months of critical thinking and doing nothing, by the way, but critical thinking to figure this thing out. We believe we know what is where, we believe we know how things work, and we use our knowledge of the map to make decisions to move through the world. To our body and brain, the map works because at the present moment we're alive. And this is the thing, is like, you might think like, well, this doesn't make sense because let's say right now that you're overweight. And let's use a better example. Let's say right now you're addicted to smoking and your identity is that I'm a smoker. And therefore you have a belief that you're a smoker. And you might think like, well, how the hell can my body and my mind accept the belief of smoking because I know that smoking kills me? Well, you've got to realize that consciously you understand that smoking kills you, but the only thing that your body and your brain can comprehend is the present moment. Like your body and your brain is like the animal sort of component of you. And animals can't really comprehend the future. Like they can to a slight degree, where you might get a squirrel that buries nuts because it knows that it's going to be another season, and you might get bears that will hibernate to save energy for the future and stuff. Like, animals can slightly comprehend the future, but your biological structures, they only care about like the here and now. And this is also why people get so addicted to like high dopamine things like junk food. Is like, all your brain cares about is immediate survival. And so if it's got the option to like consume, like your brain doesn't have the context of the fact that you're in a technologically advanced civilization. Like if there's a massive burger, loads of, fat and carbs and sugar in front of you, like the reason that you crave that and that you can binge eat that for a pastime is because your brain wants to like store as much energy as possible in the event that in the future, the food's not as available to you. And so, all of your beliefs, all these things that you form because of this. We map reality using beliefs. Like, you go through life and you go through reality, and all you're doing is you're exploring the unknown. You're exploring chaos. What do you think you're doing right now watching this video? You didn't know any of this information before you watched it. And what's happened now that you're receiving this information and creating these experiences, is just by watching this video, you formed a ton of beliefs about how things work. Like, you now probably believe that we map reality. And you've just formed a belief. You had an experience, you received information, and instead of like trying to like recall all the experiences that would confirm this, you've just created a statement, right? If you believe me. Now, so if we keep following the map and abiding by it, we will stay alive and have a stronger likelihood of reproducing and passing on our genes. That is the crux of it. The reason that you act out your beliefs, and the reason that you follow these things, and the reason that you are so emotionally attached to them, is because the beliefs that you have guarantee your immediate survival. Because your brain and your body is not smart. It doesn't have the context that the beliefs might be bad or good. The brain and body, like this sort of genetic mechanism, this survival mechanism, this evolutionary idea, it doesn't care if you're unhappy. It doesn't care if you're anxious. It doesn't care if you're sad. It doesn't care if you're miserable. It doesn't care about how you feel or how things are going. It just cares that things are going. Like, the only thing that this cares about is that there is something there and that you're alive. And this is a reproductive bias. This is there's a book called The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins, which explains this incredibly well, and it explains why we have such a bias towards survival. Like, it happens. And so when you're you might not want to act out your beliefs, and you might not be a big fan of your beliefs, but to your biology, your beliefs up until this point have kept you alive, and therefore, we keep them. And like I said, it doesn't matter that you're believing about things that have nothing to do with survival. Like whether or not I like my headphones isn't going to inform my immediate survival, but to your body and your brain, it uses the same mechanism to deal with these higher level, more advanced things than it would with things like snakes and shelter, and where's the water going to be, and where's the food going to come from, and which member of the tribe is most likely to try and kill me, and where's the buffalo going to go next to migrate to, and what flowers are poisonous, and where should we put our camp, and how do we light a fire? Like all of these things, all these components of reality that determined our survival, like our brain now uses the same survival mechanism and projects that onto modern components that don't inform your survival, but your brain can't contextualize the difference. And whether you realize it or not, you have a map. Everyone has a map. They just don't realize it, and they don't know they're following it. You must realize that your decisions Your actions and your behaviors are not these random things that just happen. You have a map. They are produced, and I'm going to walk you through this in the next video as well, and how to, we're really going to come to terms with the map and define it. But you know, they are produced by your beliefs, and you are following a map through your life, and you've built it without even realizing it. You know, if you don't believe me, just like take a second here and imagine a world for a second without beliefs. Imagine just having no belief systems about anything. Imagine you had no judgment-based beliefs and you had no self-image beliefs. The only beliefs you had were your knowledge-based beliefs of what's actually there. Well, you wouldn't be anything, and you wouldn't know what anything means. You wouldn't know how to treat things. You wouldn't know how to act. You wouldn't know where to turn. You wouldn't know what direction to go in. You know, just like someone trying to find somewhere without a map, you wouldn't know anything. So you'd have no understanding of anything. It'd be chaos. And as you know, beliefs can be represented as scales tipped by strength and weakness. Direction to go in, you know. Just like someone trying to find somewhere without a map, you wouldn't know anything. So you'd have no understanding of anything. It'd be chaos. And as you know, beliefs can be represented as scales tipped by strength and weakness. And you have a scale for everything you believe. So, you know, coming back to this scale idea, you know, you have a scale, you know, for do you like baked beans? So maybe you don't like baked beans, and that's the idea of I like baked beans is false. And so it's tipped, it's stacked in the false direction. And what this means is you've had experiences that confirm that you don't like baked beans. And, you know, another belief that you might have is I'm going to buy Easy Grow, or I'm not going to buy Easy Grow. You know, it could be either. And, you know, this thing could be tipped in this direction or this direction. And, you know, the other thing as well is there are things that you haven't observed or things that haven't come into your awareness are neutral. So you have neutral beliefs about stuff that you don't understand. So I'm not even going to try and pronounce this, but I will for your amusement. The sick Hote Elenia something, is that cute? Well, this is like a little weird insect or something from what I understand I think I just randomly Googled it. But is it cute? Well, you don't know if it's cute or not because you've never experienced it before. Therefore, the scale is perfectly level. It's neither true nor false because you don't know yet. And the same thing here could be, what are your thoughts on the campaigns of Shivaji? Well, you probably don't know who Shivaji was. He was an Indian king and an Indian conqueror, I think, from the 1600s. And you don't have any thoughts on this. That you don't have an opinion or a belief around the campaigns of Shivaji, because up until now you didn't even know the bloke existed. But for things that you do know exist, you have beliefs. So the belief, I love communism, could be false. Was Hitler morally wrong? Could be true. Do you have a mother? This is a binary knowledge-based belief. Yes, you do. Because, hell, if you like, how the hell were you born without a mother? Are elephants real? Well, maybe you think that's completely false, right? So whether things are real or not, like knowledge-based beliefs are binary, which means they're represented in this binary sense as either being completely true or completely not true. But identity-based beliefs and judgment-based beliefs are always based on a scale of intensity. And here I'm about to show you something, and this kind of brings everything together. Bundled together, so when you take all of your beliefs and you put them together, they create your paradigm, okay? So up until this point, we know that, we know how beliefs form. We know they get exponentially reinforced. We know that they're based on a scale of truth. We know they're paired as parallels. We know that, experiences create beliefs, and we either confirm or deny them. And if we confirm one belief, we deny the opposite belief. We know that, it happens in the mind, and your imagination can confirm beliefs and deny beliefs, and all these things. We know that, beliefs serve the purpose of creating efficiency, and we effectively map reality using our belief systems. And let me give you something. Let me give you a diagram. Bang. Here we go. Definitely didn't take me 2 months to think this bloody thing up. That was funny. It's interesting with program recording, and you'll learn this if you ever sell information, which I'm sure you will in the future when you become successful enough. It's the whole thing with this info game and selling information and helping people is taking ideas that are incredibly complicated and making them as simple as humanly possible. That's the job. And here, what we have is a map of subjective reality. This is something worth considering, and this is something worth screenshotting and really thinking about for a good 5 minutes here. Your paradigm is the sum of every belief you have, and beliefs are split into these 3 categories: knowledge, judgment, and self-image. You have a lot of beliefs, many millions. All of these beliefs put together serve as your map for reality. You'll use this map to make your decisions and take your actions. It informs your every move, and your life and reality is the product of your paradigm. Everything from whether you like the Transformers movie franchise to the shape of the swimming pool you'd want in your home, everything is stored here. And this is what it looks like. And so what we can see is your paradigm is sort of split into these 3 components, where you've got all of your knowledge-based beliefs in one component, you've got all of your self-image-based beliefs in another component, and you've got all of your judgments in here. And if we added your knowledge and your judgments together, this would create your worldview. And if we take all of the beliefs in your self-image, then this obviously creates your identity. And if I just zoom in here, what you can basically see is that this is obviously not a complete representation, because there are going to be literally millions, maybe tens, hundreds of millions of beliefs that you might have, right? Maybe not hundreds of millions, but there's a lot. And it's basically this. Your paradigm is just all of these scales that have just been stacked. Now, your knowledge-based beliefs would technically all be binary, so this isn't entirely accurate. They'd all be like binary, like complete true or false. But this is how it works. All your paradigm is, all your identity is, all your self-image is just a collection of beliefs, of just these scales that have just been stacked through your experiences. How cool is that? And then this essentially becomes your map. So whenever you're thinking about making a decision or taking an action in life, what happens is, you don't realize this, but unconsciously you turn to the map and you use these scales and you use these little, levers of intensity to inform what you should do and how you should behave and how you should act. And then you take the action and the behavior, and that basically creates your life. And this is, I can't stress it enough, this is what your life is. It's just a bunch of scales. And if you zoom in, you can see them all here, right? So inside of the self-image thing, how much do you like the brand Ray-Ban? how good are you at swimming? You know, what's your favorite place to go as a kid? You know, what was your experience like in primary school? What was the name of your first girlfriend? Like, all of these like beliefs, everything that you believe to be true is stacked here. And this doesn't do it justice, because this would be like a complete sea. You know, there wouldn't be any clear space, but you get the point. And so that is how you visualize a paradigm. And when you come to observe the world and you come to look at something, you look at it through these beliefs. It's such a powerful idea. It's just such a clear, simple way to see how you see. And so your subjective reality, the way that you perceive the world and the way that you think the world exists and is simply this. Every experience you have, you know, and it's forever changing as well. Like, you know, every experience you have, every time you create a new belief, or you know, every experience you have shifts your paradigm. It slightly changes, you know, the intensity of the belief systems that you have. They can get stronger, they can get weaker. You know, you can create new ones. It's a miracle, and you know, this is an evolutionary phenomenon. This is an efficiency machine, you know, and it took me a lot of thinking to figure this thing out. I mean, oh my goodness, like once I sussed this out, I was like, yeah, this makes sense, right? And then what's interesting is, you know, we can once again use this to visualize how paradigms work on another level as well. So this is macro and micro paradigms. So certain components of reality will contain more beliefs than others. And, you know, your paradigm and, you know, with your knowledge and your judgments and stuff, like there's lots of components of reality that you've observed. And there's lots of components of reality that, you know, you use to see the world through, but some way more than others. And so beliefs can be grouped and bundled into categories, into components. You know, so like, for example, if you had like, you know, you might have a category in your mind of ex-girlfriends, and, you know, everything you believe to be true about your ex-girlfriends or something. And, you know, this depends on how you orient your life and structure your worldview and identity. So what we can see here in this example is the paradigm. Let's say this is the paradigm of a university student who did their dissertation, which is their, you know, final big essay on Socrates. So Socrates, if you don't know, was an ancient Greek philosopher. So let's say this person's like 23 years old, and they just spent the last 2 years of their life studying Socrates. Well, what this means is, you know, a huge component of their paradigm is going to be made up of this. So if I zoom in, I can show you. So let's say this is someone's paradigm here, right? If I just pull this up. And so this is paradigm level 1. So let's say that this person is from the United Kingdom. They take care of their health. They love their relationships. They're a student of biology. They're religious. They love science. They spend a lot of time in nature. They study a lot of philosophy. Let's say they like psychology and their finance and history. All these other little things here, these X's, would represent components of reality. So this little component of reality here could be the movie Titanic. Let's say this person's like favorite film is Titanic, right? And they watch Titanic all the time. Well, it's going to be a little component of their reality, right? And what you'll find is that certain components or certain parts of reality will dominate the paradigm. So for me, my sort of quote unquote dominant, the most dominant component of my paradigm is going to be business. And, you know, it's going to be marketing and sales and all these things that I do. And you know, I see the world primarily through the lens of business and marketing. But, you know, if you took someone and you know, they'd been a professional ice skater for their entire life and they'd been an athlete, then they would see the world through the lens of someone who's like an athlete and an ice skater. But what's interesting about this is when you take a dominant component of your paradigm, it breaks down into subcomponents. Because, you know, let's say that this person here is a university student who studied history. And let's say they studied history, right? And so for them, you know, for a historian, like the biggest component of their paradigm, of their worldview, is history, because it's what they've studied the most. Like, if you're wondering, by the way, like what constitutes the size of a different component is how many beliefs you hold about it. So, you know, if this person has spent the last their entire life studying history, then what that means is a vast majority of their beliefs will be about history, and they'll have way more beliefs about history than they would about biology, right? And so, depending on how many beliefs you have about something, depends on the amount of, paradigm surface area that thing will consume. And the cool thing is that this breaks down into micro levels. And so if this person's primary, paradigmal lens is history, because they have more beliefs about history than anything else, then what we can see is it breaks down into lots of different things. So maybe they've studied the Middle Ages and the early modern era and the modern era, which are different periods of history. But let's say that most of their historical knowledge comes during ancient times. So, let's say their degree was done on, antiquity, which is like 600 BC to 475 AD. So like a long time ago, so a couple of thousand years ago, if not more. And in their history paradigm, they've got other, these little X's represent other groups of other groups of belief systems, right? But they might not be as significant. And then so if ancient times is the primary belief group of the history component, then we can break that down. And so maybe they've got beliefs, maybe they've got lots of knowledge and beliefs about the Persian Empire or the Roman Empire or the history of Stoicism, right? But then let's say that the dominant, component of the ancient times belief group for them is ancient Greece. And then, we could take ancient Greece and extrapolate it, and maybe they know a lot about Athens and a lot about Alexander the Great and some stuff about, different, Greek colonies and the Peloponnesian War. But then, because this person did their final essay on Socrates, well, the dominant, belief group of their ancient Greek belief group would be Socrates, because they spent their time studying him. And so what this would look like, if we extrapolate this out, is they've got lots and lots of beliefs and knowledge and information and statements of perceived truth about Socrates. And so what that means is that when this person is going through life, and when this person is working their way through the world and using their using their belief maps to make decisions, a lot of the way they're going to see the world is through what we would call a Socratic lens. So if you say you've got Socratic reasoning, that's the method of reasoning that Socrates would use. And so if you've studied the man relentlessly, then you're going to, you've studied him and you believe his ideas and you believe his philosophies and you believe his knowledge, then all of your belief systems are Socratic, right? At least the ones relevant to Socrates. So when you come to observe the world, maybe you're looking at a problem, you might look at that problem through the same lens that Socrates did. And this is the whole point of mentorship and learning information and stuff, is my job here by teaching you is to give you my paradigm. Like the fastest way for me to help you make money and grow is for me to essentially impart my belief systems onto you. Not in some dogmatic, ideologically charged political way where I want you to agree with me on everything. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to give you information that you then accept as true, which then informs your decisions and actions to become successful. And so, this basically applies for everything, but wherever you've got the most beliefs, the biggest, the most volume of beliefs is going to influence your paradigm massively, right? And so, for me, mindset is a really big component of my paradigm, and I spend a lot of time, in case you can't tell, thinking about mindset and, drawing up belief systems about mindset and observing it and trying to understand it. And therefore, when I look at the world and I look at a problem, I look at someone's life and I try and fix that problem, or I try and act out my map, what's happening is I will use my mindset paradigm to do that, and that makes sense. And so, your paradigm exists on many different levels, and, all of these little yellow circles are basically just a group of beliefs about the thing. So when I say to this person, what does Socrates mean to you? Or what do you believe to be true about Socrates? They would just list off all the things they believe to be true. And so, this is what I mean by having a map, is, you see the world through your belief systems, and they are basically aggregated into these little things, right? So the person above would see the world through a Socratic lens because there's a large bias in their paradigm towards Socrates. A huge, proportion of their belief systems, if represented as a percentage, is, is based on history, which is then based on ancient times, ancient Greece, Socrates, and so on and so forth, right? I hope that makes sense. So some examples here. For example, here are some big paradigm biases that I have, right? So first of all, I am British, which means that I come from the United Kingdom, and what that means is that I have a British paradigm. So a lot of my belief systems and perceptions and perspectives come from being British, and the culture of Britain and the language and what we believe to be true as a culture and a society and a country, etc., etc. So it's you can be heavily biased by the country that you're from, because if you're from the United States of America, then a big sort of proponent of your paradigm, you'll see the world through the lens of like freedom, because one of the core cultural phenomenon like manifestations of American culture and society is the idea of freedom. In the same way that if you're American, then you'll see the world through the Constitution, and if the Constitution isn't abided by, then you might think it's bad. You get my point. Another example, I'm a brother, so I have a younger sister and a younger brother, which means I'm a big brother, which means I have lots of beliefs formed about how to be a brother and what it means to be a brother, and I can look at the world through the brotherly lens. If you don't have any siblings, then you can't do this, because you've never formed any beliefs about what it means to be a brother or a sister, because you've never done it before. Same thing for marketing or psychology or evolution, natural selection, all these things that I've spent a lot of time studying, I see the world through, and they really help. And when I look at the world, these are some of the primary lenses through which I look. I have a lot of beliefs formed around these things, and they are primary components of my life. Naturally, the more time you spend with a component of reality, the more beliefs you form around it, and the more of your paradigm it takes up. So my point again here is that these little circles are aggregations of belief systems, and the more belief systems you have about something, the more of your paradigm it takes up. Simple as that. For example, as of recording this, I do not have children, so I do not see the world as a father. I can't really, my dad, for example, is a father, and a pretty bloody good one at that. And, and he sees the world as a dad. So when, not everything, he's not gonna mow the lawn as a father. I mean, maybe he would, I don't know. Things get a bit weird when you start talking like that, but I don't see the world through the lens of fatherhood. I don't have any kids right now, so it's not something that but as soon as you have babies, as soon as you have kids, your perspective shifts, and you start forming lots of beliefs around what it means to be a dad, and your relationship with your children, and that will your paradigm will shift, and it's a forever moving dynamic affair. Another example, I've never been to China, so I don't see the world in the same way that a Chinese person would, in the same way that I've never known homelessness. Yeah. I've never known homelessness. Doesn't sound right, but you know what I mean. And what that means is I don't see the world through this lens. So someone that's been homeless before will see the world slightly differently to me because of their experiences. And the thing is, and this is a big thing. This is a big thing. You have a map, and that your map, this is these diagrams, by the way, are my attempt to sort of demonstrate that, it's not like a traditional map where you've got turnings and landmarks and stuff, but you can very much map your paradigm in these ways and understand how it works, and you use it to make your decisions and your direction. But just because you have a map doesn't mean it's right. And this, once again, this idea, this is a bloody heavy hitting thing, right? Just because you have a map doesn't mean it's right. So imagine that you are an explorer in the 1700s, and you're from Spain. And I don't know why you'd be from Spain. You're from Spain, and you take a ship across to America. And let's say that you sail up the Gulf of California. Now, if you're following a map that is inaccurate, then you're going to get lost. It's as simple as that. And the point here that I'm making is that not all of your maps aren't always right. If I go on Google Maps right now, it's going to be right. We've got satellites, we've got lots of experience, we've mapped the world pretty well, we know what's there, we know what's going on. But sometimes, you know, someone could give you a map of, you know, of like the countryside, and they could have got it wrong, and they could have mapped it wrong, and they could have misunderstood or misjudged what they saw. And the same thing is true with your belief systems and your paradigm. Is just because you have one doesn't mean it's right. And this is where things get a little bit interesting, and where we kind of come full circle with this, because, you know, we're going to talk about right and wrong. Because if it's really this simple. If you want to be successful and if you want to make a ton of money, then all you have to do is figure out what the right thing is. Like if you could just be right every single time. Imagine if you could just constantly make the right decisions and constantly take the right actions to be successful. Well, then guess what happened? You'd be successful. I don't think anyone can really argue with that. It's impossible to argue with that. And we know that actions and decisions come from belief systems. And so all we have to do is figure out what the right belief systems are to have, and program them into our brains, which I will show you how to do in later videos, and then you'll become successful with time. So, you know, by this point, you understand how beliefs work. You understand their nature and where they come from. And this all leads to the ultimate question of, how do we know what beliefs are right and what beliefs are wrong? Because it really is about this. It's just about figuring out what you need to believe, and then like trying to adopt that belief, and then your actions and your behavior will change, and then your life will change. It's entirely possible to change your beliefs, and we will talk about this, but you can believe anything you want. You just have to reprogram your brain, and we're going to talk about the reprogramming thing, and you're going to get this down to a T, because I've done it before and I know how it works. But the question is like, what? Like, this is a big question, is what should you believe? How do you discern right from wrong? And how do you know what is good and what is bad? Like, you know, it's all good and well, be it me telling you like you just need to believe a certain thing and be in a certain way. And don't get me wrong, I'm not going to tell you to, you know, we're not going to go beyond like business here. I'm not going to tell you what God you should believe in. I'm not going to tell you what you should eat. I'm not going to tell you, you know, who you should love, and none of that. I'm just going to talk to you about money and business, and I'm going to stay well within, you know, the boundaries of this program, and just basically making you successful. We're not going to get in. I'm not going to try and force my political belief systems on you, which, to be honest, I don't really have any anyway. I'm not going to, this is not like a dogmatic ideological cult where I'm going to try and like brainwash you to you know, around my way of thinking for my commercial gain. It's not the case. This is, I promise you, this was a good intention, and you can decide. So when it comes to beliefs, you know, some beliefs are right and some beliefs are wrong. And when it comes to right and wrong, there are two different forms of right and wrong. Now, I'm not talking about the moral or the ethical right or wrong. So, for example, you know, if like there's an argument around like the death penalty for serial killers, is that right? Is that wrong? You know, but I'm not talking about this moral ethical debate. What I'm talking about when it comes to right or wrong are two things: factual alignment and goal alignment. And so the word alignment, what this means is whether or not a belief is aligned with either objective reality or your goal reality. Okay? And this is a very powerful idea to have, because if we can figure out like, what do you need to believe to be true in order for you to become successful? That's the question here, right? And what this means is because your beliefs are fully within your control, and I'll demonstrate this to you in future videos, you can change your beliefs. So all it really becomes about doing is just defining what you need to believe and then believing it, right? And like I said, I know I keep saying this, but I will show you how to do this. This is not just some theory crafted thing, but in order for me to do this properly, you need to understand this stuff first. So because we've got a couple of different types of belief, there's a nuance here. So alignment, like I said, is whether or not a belief is aligned with either the true nature of the world or the nature of the world you want. So when it comes to a knowledge-based belief, a belief is only right or wrong insofar as if it's in alignment with objective reality, which is what is actually there. So remember, knowledge-based beliefs are basically your belief about what actually exists. Before you've judged it, before you've identified with it, like, for example, there's a chair, there's my mother, you know, I don't know if you could argue that that's a self-image based belief because you're using the word my, but if you look on your desk right now, your table, and you see something, you say it's there, that's a knowledge-based belief. You believe it's there, right? You believe it's true. And alignment from a knowledge perspective is what you have observed to be there actually there. So if I said right now that there's a chair outside, but there wasn't a chair outside, like if the true objective nature of the world was that there was no chair, well, then I'm not in alignment with the objective nature of reality, right? And so, that's how that works. I'm going to give you some examples I'm going to give you a diagram, and this will all make sense, I promise. Just bear with me. So that's the thing. That's the case for judgment, for knowledge-based beliefs. However, when it comes to, I'll just color this in blue. So when it comes to judgment and self-image beliefs, like, how do you determine if an identity or a judgment is right or wrong? Because technically, from an actual objective standpoint, like, all right or wrong means, from an objective standpoint, is does something exist or not? Because if I said to you, like, I am an anxious person, well, what constitutes whether that's a right or a wrong statement? Like, because the statement creates the correctness, if that makes sense. And so, if I said, like, if I made a judgment of, like, I've got water on my desk, right? And the water's sparkling. So if I said this water is fizzy, I can shake it up, I can open it and I can drink it, and I can have that sensory experience, and I can now say that water is fizzy, and technically I'm right because the water is fizzy, but there's a scale, like, how fizzy is it, So let me explain this. So judgment and self-image beliefs are only right or wrong insofar as they're in alignment with goal reality, which is what you want. So when it comes to judgment and self-image beliefs, there is no such thing as right or wrong. Okay? There is no, I know this is like, what the hell? But just give me a second. You can make the moral and ethical arguments, but technically they can't be right or wrong because they are subjective. They are true or false to the person who has them. So, if I said to you right now, I am a failure, right? You would probably look at me and say, Charlie, you're wrong. You're not a failure. But I could genuinely think I am. Because to me, maybe being like a multi-millionaire or being worth multi-8 figures is still a failure. And so the point here is that the second that something enters the realm of judgment or identity, it is up for interpretation, which means that, like, people can disagree with you, which means that whether it's right or wrong or not depends on whether or not it's right or wrong for them. Does that make sense? So if I saw a man that was, 6'5", and I said he's tall, then another person might come along and say, actually, he's short, because that person could be 7 foot tall, right? And so, that said, there is a way, and there is a very clever way to measure whether judgment or self-image beliefs are right or wrong. And this is whether or not it supports your goal reality for manifesting. So the point I'm making here is the thing that we orient right or wrong against, the sort of the Polaris star, the mechanism that we use to gauge and determine if a belief is right or wrong, is our goal. Your goal is the anchor for right or wrong. Not morally, not ethically, not objectively knowledge-based, but when it comes to your identity, what you believe to be true about yourself, and when it comes to your judgments, which is what you believe to be true about the things that you know exist, whether those beliefs that you hold are right or wrong depend on your goal and how aligned they are with the achievement of your goal. This is a beautiful, simple idea. Let me explain. If you believe something to be true, but it stops you from acting out behavior that helps you achieve what you want to achieve, then that belief is wrong. And I don't mean wrong in a traditional sense. I mean it when it's measured against your goal reality and what you need to believe to make that happen. Your life and reality is a product of your belief systems according to the ladder on the right. Remember this here. Life and reality, actions, decisions, perceived options, thoughts, paradigm, beliefs, and experiences. Which means that everything comes from your beliefs, which come from your experiences. So if you want to change your reality, you must change your beliefs. And I want you to imagine here, imagine an alternative universe. Can't get my words out. Imagine I get a bit excited when I talk about this stuff, so I talk too quickly, so I apologize. Imagine an alternative universe where your goal has manifested. So imagine just for a second here that your dream has come true. Right now, you're living your dream life. You've got everything you want. You've got the money. You've got the status. You've got the freedom. You have financial freedom. What beliefs would have brought about that goal? What would you have to believe to be true to have achieved that goal? You know, what would you have to change about your belief systems? What knowledge-based, judgment-based, and self-image-based belief systems would have to change or shift or create for that to happen? Since everything is upstream of these, there is a world where your goal is true if only you had different belief systems. So sometimes what you believe is true and what is actually true are two very different things. So what I mean here, instead of true, is right. So sometimes what you believe is right and what is actually right are two very different things. Your observations will often be wrong, leading to your knowledge-based beliefs being way off and incorrect. And this leads to behavior that is fundamentally wrong. So you act out your beliefs. So if your beliefs are wrong, then your actions will be wrong. And like whether a behavior is right or wrong depends on whether or not it helps you achieve your goal. So if you do something that inhibits and prevents you from achieving your goal, then you have done the wrong thing. But if you do something and you behave in a way that helps you achieve your goal and moves you closer towards your goal, then you are behaving in the right way. And your behavior is informed by your beliefs. So if a belief gives assent to the wrong behavior, which is behavior that prevents you from getting your goal, then it's wrong, and vice versa. And this will lead to a terrible life and lots of suffering. And the extent to which you are wrong can be represented by these two circles. Obviously, we're talking in the abstract here, right? So hopefully I'm doing a good enough job of articulating it, but I am gonna give you a diagram. So, okay, first of all, let's tackle the knowledge-based beliefs. So these are the beliefs about stuff, what you believe exists, basically. So, when you're mapping objective reality. So, for example, let's say that you were about to jump off a cliff. So you're at like the ocean or something, and you're on a cliff, and no, let's say you're actually on a cliff, like in a canyon. So there's no water at the bottom. You're not at the ocean. You're standing at the edge of a cliff on a canyon, and it's really high. And let's say that you look down, and you look down into the canyon, and let's say it's like really deep, so you can't really see that well. But you look down, and at the bottom, it looks like there's a net. Like a big like cotton net that would catch you. I don't know if cotton would catch you, but there's a safety net at the bottom of the canyon, and you think there's a safety net there. That's the key. Is you think there's one there. You look down and you see the pattern, and you think, yep, that's a net. And so that is your subjective knowledge. So you've made an observation about reality, and you think that a net exists. Now, what then happens is you think, okay, well this net exists, so I'm going to jump off this canyon. And so, you run and you jump off the canyon, and you fall and you fall and you fall and you wait to be caught by the net. But let's say that there was no net, and what you actually saw was a mirage and, the pattern of the rocks at the bottom of the canyon. And now you die. Because if objective reality is that there's no net and it was just a pattern at the bottom of the canyon, you're now dead. And this is kind of how people behave, and this is how you can really make the wrong decision. And this is how being wrong can really impact your life, is if you observe something and you think something exists but it doesn't, and you start acting as if it does, well, now you're in a deep, deep trouble. Because, let's say, for example, that, you think that your teacher likes you, and you think that you can get away with something. But let's say that you've misjudged and your teacher does not like you, and you do that thing, and now you can get expelled, right? So how this works is we have objective knowledge, right? So we have objective, well, this should really say reality, to be honest, but you have objective reality and you have subjective reality. And this is about what exists and what is true, okay? So the truth, the objective truth and the subjective truth. And there's a gap between these 2 points. And to become successful, we must seek something called factual alignment for our knowledge-based beliefs. And factual alignment is basically where we want our perception of reality to be completely aligned with the truth. So what you need to figure out and what you need to do is to make sure that what you believe is true is actually true. Because your subjective truth and the objective truth can be two very different things, and they can be very far apart. And the further apart they are, the more likely you are to make a mistake and the more wrong you're going to be. And so factual alignment is where we seek the objective truth, no matter how painful, and we try to align our subjective knowledge with it as close as possible. So how most people live their lives is what happens is, they have their subjective reality, and it's pretty separate from objective reality. Like there's no alignment. And so there's a big gap between what you think is true and what is actually true. You know, so like, you know, I think there's a net at the bottom of this thing, you know, this canyon, but you know, there's no net at the bottom of the canyon. And you know, what you're looking to do, and this is basically the idea of just becoming smarter and more intelligent, is you want to slightly bridge this gap, you know, and you want to just, you know, try and move it closer. So we're just trying to move, you know, the subjective as close as we can to the objective. And then what happens is, you know, they're going to get closer, and then, you know, they're going to start to overlap, and then before you know it, like, they're really overlapping, and then before you know it, you have what we call perfect alignment. Now, you're never going to be able to achieve perfect alignment completely all the time, constantly. But, you know, like, for example, like, this is kind of what I've done with this video. So think about what you knew about belief systems before starting this mindset training, right? It was probably the case that you're all the way over here and the truth is all the way over here. And so what I've done over the last couple of videos is just moved you closer and closer and closer to have perfect alignment with this component of reality. And when you're dealing with components of reality, there is like an objective best way to do things. And you want to find that way. This is the same thing we're going to do with the sales training, right? You know, like, for example, right now, your perception of sales is all the way over here. And, you know, my perception of sales is all the way over here. And I'm not saying that I have the very best sales thing, although objectively, I think I probably do, because like it works and I've closed like $30 million with it. So it's probably better than the thing that you've got, right? And so the point I'm making is when we go through sales training, all I'm doing is just aligning you with the truth. And this is how, like, you know, we receive information and, you know, we create experiences, and what we're trying to do is just create the right experiences that inform the right beliefs and align us. And down here, this is perfect factual alignment where you're totally right. And this means that what you believe to be true is actually true, and your subjective knowledge is perfectly objective. Reality to you is the state of things as they actually exist. Now, I'm talking here about like objectivity and, you know, seeing what is actually there, but the same thing applies in a second to, you know, your identity and your self-image, because, you know, if your identity right now is one thing, but the identity that you need to have to become successful is another thing, then we need to overlap, and you need to become who you need to become. If that makes sense. And so all becoming successful is about is just trying to find the best way of doing things and the best way of believing that things exist, and aligning what you believe to be true with that thing, right? And you are perfectly aligned from a knowledge-based perspective when what you think you've observed is actually true. And true is a you know, we'll put right here, because true is a very hard, like, truth is a very hard thing to gauge. Obviously, if I say to you right now, like, there's a bottle on my desk, then that is true because there's a bottle on my desk. But if I say to you that, you know, if I give you a piece of knowledge on like sales or appointment booking, and it's right because it works, then you need to believe it. And, you know, you'd be more aligned if you did. And the thing is about perfect alignment from a knowledge-based perspective is this is actually less common than you might think. And many people believe false information and make faulty observations. So, you know, a couple of examples around like fake news and AI-generated content. So here are some videos on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, right? YouTube Shorts here. This is an Instagram, this is AI-generated. And what someone did is they took Big Ben, which is a landmark in London, and they put a North Face coat on Big Ben. And the video, it looks pretty damn real. Like, you know, obviously to anyone with a brain, this is like fake because, you know, I don't think North Face are gonna put a North Face coat on Big Ben. But there were people in the comments, like, actually being like, whoa, when was this? Is this an exhibition? Like, people actually believe this was true. Which I know to you might, maybe you're like, what the hell, that's impossible. But another example is this. This was a viral TikTok where there was this video of someone saying that Disney lowered the drinking age to 18. And there was news articles on this. There was like outcry, and it wasn't until Disney's I think it was like Disney's CEO or something made like a statement saying like, this is not true, you know. But for a short period of time, a lot of people thought this was true. And the funny thing is that statement that Disney made about it not being true, a lot of people wouldn't have seen that. So there are people out there that just genuinely think that, you know, the drinking age is 18 in Disney. And, you know, this is going to inform people's decisions, their judgments of Disney, whether they go or not, like their expectations. Another example, I couldn't find the exact one I was looking for, but There was a viral video on YouTube a while ago of a car being lifted by balloons, and everyone thought it was real. Like it looked like the spitting image of real, but it was actually AI generated. And you know, this obviously looks kind of cap. Like the car would be like tilted and like it doesn't look real at all. But you know, some people will observe this and they'll become convinced of what they've actually observed. You know, and this is incredibly common for, you know, not just from like a AI or fake news perspective, but like, you know, there's people out there that think that the Earth is flat. You know, and whether the Earth is flat or round is a judgment-based belief. It's not really knowledge, right? Because knowledge is the Earth exists, and judgment is it's round or flat, right? Because it is a subjective measurement. But the thing is like from a physics standpoint and a cosmic standpoint, like there is very firm evidence that the Earth is round, right? So objectively, the Earth is round, to my knowledge, right? From my perspective, it's round, but I think it's round because everything that I've seen confirms that. But there are people out there that actually think the Earth is flat, and you know, and they will behave accordingly. Like there's flat Earth people who won't get on boats because they're afraid that the Earth is gonna fall. They're gonna fall off into hell. You know, it is fascinating that like people they make observations, and those observations, they inform their life, and it's just wild to me. Like, you know, it's like, here's like the Earth is flat, but the Earth is actually round. Like you're so far apart from the objective nature of the world. You know, it's fascinating. So the same idea applies for your judgment and self-image based beliefs. So when it comes to your knowledge based beliefs, we can seek perfect alignment from like a factual perspective. You know, so like, you know, for example, like there were
Hoy fluye motivación, práctica para balancear el chakra manipura o plexo solar. Yo hago. Hoy nos centraremos en equilibrar y despertar el chakra manipura, también conocido como el chakra plexo solar. Este chakra, asociado con el color amarillo, está relacionado con la voluntad, la autoestima y el poder personal y tus ideas. El yoga es un camino, o de tu tapete. Vamos a ir a la postura de la montaña o Tadasana. Esta vez vamos a iniciar desde esta postura. Vas a juntar tus pies sin tener que pegarlos. Vas a llevar palma de las manos mirando hacia enfrente. Y aquí en esta postura vas a inhalar. Y exhalamos con el para ir soltando. Inhalas y en la siguiente exhalación vas a omitir el sonido RAM. Inhalas. Exhalas. RAM. El mudra a utilizar es el mudra Agni de fuego. Vas a doblar el dedo media, baja. Entonces, si no llegas, puedes colocar los bloques, manos, y ahí sí, vas a llevar cabeza, rodilla, en la postura.
There are people that, you know, and I'm not going to get political about this, but there are people that believe that COVID-19 was a scam and a hoax. And there are people that believe it wasn't even real, right? And, you know, there's lots of evidence to show that it very much was real, but, you know, some people are out of alignment in that perspective, you know? Some people just truly believe that it didn't happen at all and that it was some 5G radiation scam or some conspiracy theory, right? And, you know, these people, you know, to me, from my opinion and perspective, you know, they're not in alignment with the true nature of the world, and therefore, you know, they're liable to make a mistake. But anyway, it also applies to judgment and self-image. So it gets a little bit more nuanced here, because as it stands right now, here's how it works. You have your current reality, right? So look around, like your current environment, but more importantly, your current life. The current, you know, if you did like a sort of metric check on your life, like your health, your relationships, your financial situation, where you are, like you have your current reality. But then you have your goal reality. So you have your life right now, and then you have your dream life. But this time, instead of being objectively right or wrong, where we can actually measure the truth, you know, like for example, with the earth being round, like it's true. So if you don't believe that, then there's something, you're not seeing the right thing. In the same way that, you know, it's not true that there's a North Face jacket on Big Ben. You know, this is physical stuff that we can actually observe and really like get to grips with. With this stuff, instead of being objectively right or wrong, you're right or wrong based on a subjective measure, and that subjective measure is your goal. So this is a really powerful idea here, because what you can do is you can use your goal and your mission and what you want to inform what you should believe to be true. So when it comes to these beliefs, to judgment and self-image based beliefs, you are only right or wrong insofar as your belief is out of alignment, and I'm just going to color these in, is out of alignment with the achievement of a desired goal. Many beliefs you have right now prevent and limit you from achieving your goal reality, and therefore they are misaligned with the right beliefs. So simply put, your goal sets the conditions for what you should believe. The reality you want is manifestable, provided you have certain belief systems. If you have beliefs that inhibit or prevent the manifestation of your goal reality, then you are essentially misaligned. And these beliefs are wrong, and if you have them, then you're going to fail. If you have beliefs that help you achieve your goal reality, then they are aligned and you are right. So it's also very important to understand that you don't get to choose what you should believe. So what happens is your goal sets the conditions for your beliefs. So if you want something to happen, then you need to change your beliefs so that you can make it happen. So what you want to do is you want to imagine that you nominate your goal like you would a politician to decide what is right. So instead of using your ego to form your beliefs, and instead of using your ego and your sense of self, to form what you believe you should happen, you let your goal decide. And this is how I have orientated my life, and it's made me so rich, it's crazy. What you do, instead of thinking that you know what's right and wrong and that you know what you should and shouldn't do, you ask your goal. You go to your goal, which is what you want, and you say, what do I need to believe to make you happen? And then you just go and believe that. And you stop thinking that you know what's right or wrong, and you let your goal decide what's right or wrong. And once again, I'm not talking about this, by the way, from a moral perspective. I'm not saying that you, like for example, if your goal is to be a serial killer, and you start murdering people, then morally that's wrong. But from this angle, yeah, technically that's right, because if you want something and you behave it out, then you're right to do so. But obviously killing people is terribly morally wrong, right? Wrong, right? Anyway, so your goal leads the way and instructs you of what you should do and how you should behave, what laws to follow, what rules to abide by. Like, it's kind of how you'd vote for a politician. When you select a goal, it is like you nominate like a politician, and you trust that politician to guide you and inform your behavior, instruct your life, right? And so stop thinking that you know what's right and what's wrong, and use the wisdom of your goal. Because if you're not sure what you should believe, all you have to do is ask yourself what you want, and then you know what you should believe. Because, if you want to be a millionaire, and, you're like, oh, I don't know what I should believe about money. Well, if you want to be a millionaire and that's everything that you want, then you better start believing that, what a millionaire would believe. And so same thing applies here, right? So we can visualize this alignment using a similar diagram to before, but this time we're contending with the alignment of our judgment-based and self-image-based beliefs. So what we have over here on the right-hand side is our goal reality. And your goal reality is you, in the future, being rich and being successful and having a successful business. It could be you with a six-pack. It could be you with your dream wife, right? And what your goal reality does is it forms what I call conditional judgment beliefs. So if I zoom in here, it forms conditional judgment beliefs, and it forms conditional self-image beliefs. And these are the beliefs that you must form in order for you to achieve your goal. So they are conditional, which means that your goal depends on you having them. And so when you select a goal, like a goal comes with conditions. It comes with like a sacrifice. It's like, if you want to achieve it, here are the conditions. And the conditions are that you must have certain judgment beliefs, and you must have certain self-image beliefs. And then what you have right now is you have your current reality, and you have your current judgment beliefs, and your current self-image beliefs. And so whilst your goal informs the conditional, your current reality informs your current beliefs. So this is what you believe to be true right now. This is and that's obviously producing this reality right now. But this is what you could believe to be true, and if you did believe this stuff to be true, your goal would happen. And so we can align this. So the same premise is exactly the same as before, right? So right now you have a ton of beliefs that, if you hold, directly limit and prevent you from achieving your goal reality. And so this is represented by this gap. So here's your current beliefs, here's what you need to believe, and if you believe this, you'd have your goal, and because you believe this, you have your reality. And your job is to challenge these beliefs and correct them and bring them into alignment with the beliefs that directly help you achieve your goal. And so what we want to do with our identity and with our judgments, so with our self-image beliefs and our judgment-based beliefs, we want to try to change them to align them with what we would need to believe to achieve our goal. And so, for example, your goal might be to make 100K a year online passively. So this might be what you want. But right now, you might have a ton of judgment-based beliefs that limit you. So you might, like, one thing that you might think right now is that, you know, you need a degree to make money, or passive income doesn't exist, or all make money online schemes are a scam, or it takes money to make money. Or maybe you have self-image limiting beliefs, like I'm not smart enough to make money, you know, might be a self-image thing. I don't have the motivation to work hard, or I'm just too lazy to do it. You know, these are self-image beliefs and these are judgment beliefs. And if this is your goal, then we can't have these beliefs. Like, these beliefs directly limit you, and they create this separation where what you believe and see is wildly different to what you need to believe and see. And so your objective and your job, you know, with this belief thing is, right now you're pretty far apart from what you need to believe. And so what I'm going to help you do with this training is bring your belief systems closer to that which you need to believe to become successful, and closer. And then we're going to start to have some overlap where you still got some limiting beliefs, but you know, you're starting to sort of adopt this new identity and this new judgment. And then, you know, we're getting closer and we're really starting to align. And then we're like completely aligned, where what you believe to be true is what you need to believe to be true to achieve your goal. And what that will do is it will completely abolish your current reality. Like, this star would just disappear. And, you know, once you have perfect alignment, your current reality will align with your goal reality. This takes some time, and there's a lot of latency between starting to believe the right things and your reality catching up. So it really takes time for the world to catch up to your new beliefs. But, you know, what we can see here is this perfect alignment, right? You can see this here, but we've taken our identity and our judgments, and we've aligned them with what we need. And like, once you've got this perfect alignment here, as you can sort of see, if I zoom in, you can see we've achieved perfect alignment. But what will happen is, like, it's a transition. So over time, what happens is, once you're aligned and once you start believing the correct thing, is your current reality will start to shift. And it will start to shift just closer and closer and closer to your goal reality, where, you know, it starts getting closer and closer. Then it will start overlapping. And then before you know it, you've got perfect alignment of your reality, which is where what you have right now is exactly what you wanted. And this is how you get what you want, is you start by asking yourself, what do I need to believe to be true in order for me to partake in the behaviors and the actions that would give assent to my goal and reality? You ask yourself that question, you start changing your beliefs, you start rewiring your brain, you start creating new experiences and seeing the world through a different way. You start slowly overlapping these things where you start kind of becoming the person that can make it happen. And then before you know it, you believe these things, and, you know, you start to confirm them, and, you know, suddenly you are taking sales calls, and now you've got clients, and now you're making money by yourself, and now you've got autonomy and financial freedom. And, you know, this is a slow process. So at the beginning, like, even though you're kind of like half believing them and you're kind of slightly overlap, like, you know, your reality just starts to shift ever so slightly, and then it shifts a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then it starts to overlap. Like, this point here is like, maybe you sign your first client, you know, and then maybe here you're now making like a couple of $1,000 a month, and now you're here like making 10K a month. And all of that was upstream of you aligning your belief systems. And it's not binary, right? So, you know, your reality will start to shift around this point. So as soon as you get any level of alignment and overlap between what you need to believe and what you believe, like, this is when your reality will start to shift. So, you know, where it starts moving slightly closer and you start booking appointments, and maybe you're like, you know, you're starting to become more confident, like, that starts to happen around this point. But then once you get like, you know, you start to sort of eclipse yourself with your belief systems and you're fully aligned, then it's like, bang, this is when you're signing clients, you're making money, like, you kind of become unrecognizable to loved ones. And I mean that in a good way, by the way. And this is basically the job, is it's like, what do I want? What's my goal? Okay. Like, what do I need to believe to be true to make that happen? And it really is about this, like, whether you're right or wrong or not, from my perspective, it depends on whether or not it aligns with your goal. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, for example, I want to be a billionaire, right? I want to build a massive company and change the world and do all sorts of good stuff with business. And if I believe, you know, that I'm terrible at hiring people, then I'm screwed, because that's the wrong belief to have. And, you know, there is no sort of right or wrong insofar as that what you need to believe might be completely different to someone else. It's probably very similar because you're in this program to make money, but someone might want to not have a business, and they might just want to dedicate their life to being like a monk, or they might want to dedicate their life to being like a philosopher. And, you know, if they want to be the best philosopher ever, then they're going to need to align their beliefs with it. So that's subjugating reality. And, you know, there's more to this. There's more to this. Trust me, we're not finished with this belief stuff yet. But at this point in the training, you know, you really should be starting to understand it's all about your beliefs, and it's all about what you believe to be true. And, you know, as we move into the next video, we're going to really start getting into like changing your beliefs and creating these experiences, and like how we start making this shift, and how we can start, you know, changing our paradigm and this, that, and the other. Because, you know, if you do see your beliefs all of your beliefs collected together, if you see them as a map, you know, imagine that you're looking for a pirate's treasure. All you need to do to find the treasure is have the right map. And that's kind of my point here, is right now you're following the wrong map, because if you follow your map, you get what you get, which is not what you want. So instead, I'm trying to give you a new map, like an updated one that has all of the, you know, the information you need, which is basically the beliefs. And, you know, if I can impart that map with you and give it to you, you can follow it, and you will X marks the spot, you will find the treasure, and you will become successful. And then obviously you'll invest in EasyGrow, and I'll be a very happy man. So here's what we've covered. We'll talk more about this in the next video, because we're not done. This is like I told you, this mindset thing is not, it's not going to be an easy, I wish I could just tell you, just do the work, because that's really all it comes down to, is just like, hey man, just go and do the outreach and the sales calls. But it's not, you need this stuff. You know, it's really deeper than just like, hey man, like, okay, so all you need to do is just go and send some, like, build your foundations, send some outreach, and do sales calls. That's all you really need to do, right? And get good at what you do. But doing that, and you actually getting up in the morning and doing that every day, like, in order for you to do that like consistently, you need to have some big shifts in your mind and the way your brain works. And this is how I solidify the change instead of it just being temporary. So we talked about omniscience summary, and we kind of summarized achieving omniscience. We discussed like belief conditioning, and how, like, you know, you are psychologically and genetically sort of loaded at birth to believe certain things, and you can be biased. We talked about belief structure, so big one. You know, we kind of went into this whole idea of the scales, and, you know, how beliefs are sort of, you know, scales with a level of intensity, and all it really is basically just stacking rocks, where, you know, you like an experience is a rock, and you either stack it as false or true, and it's parallel to the opposite, and this is how you sort of structure your belief systems and basically how they work. So we discussed that. We also discussed belief feedback loops as well. So we talked about how, like, you know, when you believe something, then you seek to confirm it, which means you believe it even more, which means you seek to confirm it even more. And, you know, we create experiences, and, you know, before we know it, like, our experiences create our beliefs, then our beliefs create our action, which creates more experiences of the same, and then it goes around and around and around until we get this sort of exponential, you know, solidification of belief. Then we talked about belief memory utility, which is basically like, you know, the evolutionary reason your beliefs form is for efficiency. And, you know, by having these simple little models of the way the world works, you know, we have this reality cartography thing where we basically map reality using our beliefs, and it's the only real way that we can navigate this thing, and that our brain can guarantee immediate present survival. Then we talked about macro and micro paradigms. So we talked about how, like, you can have like a dominant component of your paradigm depending on like the volume of beliefs associated with it, and how some components will be more dominant than others in terms of how you see the world. And last but not least, we talked about this idea of right and wrong and alignment. And to solidify this and just reiterate it, like, you know, you have the objective right and wrong, which is, you know, when there is a true objective nature of reality in the world that you can observe, and, you know, you can either observe it in its most true form, as its objective form, or, you know, you can be totally wrong. But then on the other flip side, we have a subjective right and wrong, which is where you have beliefs, and they are only right or wrong depending on your goal and what you want to achieve. And if they give assent to the goal and they help you achieve the goal, then they are right. And if they are, you know, if they don't do that, and if they limit your goal and inhibit your goal, then they are wrong. And, you know, your job here is trying to get as much alignment between these things as possible, so that your current reality can sort of shift and mold, and before you know it, you've got this total alignment where you've become, you know, that person that you need to be, and you're very successful. So I'm proud of you because you're doing very well so far. Like, I'm sure you're taking notes, paying attention. I'm sure you've been, you know, like not getting distracted and really locking in, and you know, probably starting to feel pretty positive how these things are like possible. You know, you're probably starting to get a bit excited here because you're like, hang on a minute, this is actually like doable. Like, yes, it is. Hold on to that feeling, you know, because it's possible, man. Like, all these things make sense, brother. I promise you, sister, if you're watching this, all these things make sense. And, you know, I would encourage you to revisit these videos as much as you can, because don't forget this stuff. Trust me, it took me 8 years to learn it, and sometimes it still slips from my memory. But it makes life very simple, and it brings order to chaos. So that's everything for subjugating reality, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Cheers.
I'm going to eat, guys. I'll come back in a few minutes. Hello. was just a lover's. All my life, it got glitter for skin. Marcia. To see you shine is so it was just a lover's boom. That love of my life, she's got glitter for skin. Oh, wow. It was just a lover's bim, 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 bim. Blim, blim. Bro, I was looking at this and I was like, Jesus, bro, I lived there. Matter of fact, I did. Oh, Jesus. Okay, guys, I'm gonna end up stream here because I have to do a couple of things from university. I think it was a good day today, a little bit slow compared to yesterday, but I think it was okay. Um, I've got one interview for tomorrow, I think, and tomorrow I have a very interesting thing that's a friend of mine actually asked me if I could help a friend of his, a friend of him, about personal branding and stuff. So it's great, bro, because that's exactly she's a pole dancer and yoga teacher, so would be amazing. Would be literally amazing to do it. So tomorrow I have a meeting with her, well, with both of them, and hopefully another interview. And today I did my outbound, my outreach, and hopefully tomorrow I wanna start earlier. I wanna do outreach earlier because I'm doing outreach after watching the videos is very tired. So hopefully, yeah, I think I'll change that. But I'm happy. So thank you so much for watching today, and see you tomorrow.